And welcome to the coverage for the English Senior Championships. We've got two sections, the over 50 and also the over 65 plus. My name is Jonathan Blackburn, and also joined with me is Women's International Master and current English and British champion, Lan Yao. How are you this morning, Lan?
Hi, everyone.
Let's dig into what's actually gone on so far. As you can see on my screen, we've currently got the over 65 section. And this is currently, we've got two joint leaders at the moment, which is Chris Baker, who's on 5 out of 6, as well as Paul Littlewood on 5 out of 6 as well. I think Paul was very fortunate yesterday to get a draw against Kevin Bowman. It was a really fascinating end game. And Chris played well to win his game against Jeffrey Moore. So those two have already played against each other and had a draw. So we'll be keeping a big tabs on what's going on these top two boards at the moment. So Chris is playing against Roger de Coverley, and Ian Snape will be playing against Paul Littlewood. So it really is going to be very close as to what happens there. So if they both win or both draw, what's the actual tiebreak? I think somebody actually put it in the chat yesterday that it does actually go on tiebreaks. So I'll have to have a look who's got the better tiebreak between Paul Littlewood and Chris Baker at the moment, and whether it changes going into the last round. So at the moment, it's saying that Paul Littlewood has got a slightly better tiebreak in tiebreak 2, which is, do you know much about tiebreaks, Lan?
Not really. Yeah, because before I heard that if two players have the same score, they were going to have some like rapid or blitz to decide who's the champion. But recently, I don't know about the rules.
It seems to be that they do that in all of the big tournaments, don't they? With like the Super Grandmasters and maybe in other countries, that's quite common. And they do it in the British Championships as well. Mm-hmm. But only for the main prize. I think if it was going to be so for example, when you won the British Women's last year, I think if you had tied, I think you might have shared the title. I don't know if it would have gone to. I don't think you would have had a tiebreak. And I also know in the Welsh Championships, if we finish on the same score, then we actually just share the title. And I think one year, maybe like I don't know, it might have been like 10 years ago, I think 5 people became Welsh champion because they all got the same score. So okay, I just having a look down here on the rules. IKC ratings, identify numbers, round times, entry fee, additional prizes, buys, pairings, defaults, appeals, that's interesting. Cameras, no mobile phones, tie breaks. Okay, so the first tiebreak will be direct encounter. So I guess in this one, Chris Baker and Paul Littlewood, they drew with each other. So that would be level. So there's their draw in round 4. And then it goes to median Butcholtz. Do you know what that means?
Your opponent's points to get adding together? Or
is that what that is?
Usually this is the second thing for tiebreak.
Yeah, it is usually, isn't it? I don't know what the median part, because part C is actually Butcholtz cut 1, and then part D is Butcholtz.
Oh, there's something like if you just, I think you only add opponent's point which you win. This can be a kind of tiebreak, and you just don't count for the opponent who you lost. So this is
Yeah, you can do some weird things like that, can't you? So I guess we'll see, and we'll trust what it says on chess results, I think, for this. But it looks like Paul Littlewood's got a very slightly better tiebreak at the moment. That's probably because he won earlier, I should imagine, as well. So Chris took a draw in round 2, whereas Paul's took his first draw with Chris in round 4 and then in the last round. So he's probably played against players with slightly more points. So that's going to be really close there. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. And I think the women's title in this section is already kind of settled as we start scrolling down. I'm not sure if this game will be live, but I think it's Susan Shelley who's going to be champion. She's got more points than that. It just the games haven't updated on Chess 24. there. So I think she's the only female in there. I can be mistaken. I'm going to try and find that out just in case. But there's also a second, third, and rating prizes to give away. So we'll wait for these games to kick off. They should be kicking off any second. I'll just refresh that page. But then in the over 50s, as we saw Keith hold Mark Hebden to a draw last night, he goes in with a lead. So he's got 5 out of 6. Half a point ahead of Mark Hebden and Nigel Davies, who are on 4.5, of course. But Keith's already played both of them. He beat Nigel and he drew with Mark. And it looks like Andrew Lewis, who played a good game yesterday, has got the pounds against Keith. So Keith, I'm guessing, would only need half a point perhaps to actually be champion, based on tie breaks, maybe. But maybe a win would also do it. You were speculating yesterday, Lan, that he might take a quick draw. Is this what we've seen before?
Yeah, this is what he usually do in lots of tournaments, so that's why.
Yeah, I do see it quite often. Why risk it? And these players, Keith Arkle, Mark Hebden, definitely those two. You see them going around in lots of tournaments all across the country, and they've really become mavericks of winning tournaments, especially weekend tournaments with only 5 rounds in, playing pretty much the same openings, getting their rest in, and taking draws when needed just to close out the first prize. So Keith might. I'm looking at his tiebreak here. So actually, if it goes on direct encounter, I guess because he beat Nigel Davies, if Nigel Davies wins against Stephen Dishman and Keith was to draw, then Nigel would be knocked out, I assume, because Keith's beaten him. But Mark Hebden and Keith drew. So if Mark wins and Keith draws, they'd be on the same points. But looking up on the chess results at the moment, it says that Keith's currently got a half a point advantage on the second and third tiebreak at the moment. Whether that works out into the final round or not, I don't know. But I guess he'll play for a win. He's white against Andrew Lewis, lower rated player. And these are the first few moves on the board. Click on some notation here. What's going on here? What's this called? With no C4. It's kind of like a Benko Gambit without the Gambit part.
Looks interesting because black goes for B4. I'm not sure about this move because it's kind of risky because you just give up the C4 square.
Yeah. But did he have much choice there, though? Because if we go back a move and have a look here, could he have gone A6? Doesn't A4 come in?
Yeah, I'm thinking about A6 or Queen B6. Is it possible?
Queen B6 looks interesting. I mean, all of this was played very quickly as well. I mean, they spent a minute over E4 and B4, so but not massive amounts of time. So this looks like it's some preparation of some sort that has been played plenty of times before. But yeah, B4 does give away the C4 square, but maybe he just doesn't care because maybe he's just trying to say, well, I don't want this knight to come to C3. Perhaps, but I actually do agree with you. I don't like giving away the C4 square here because I'm guessing this knight is going to come to D2 and maybe bishop or knight to C4 as well.
So it doesn't really look like a quick draw because I think both sides is playing for some chances like this.
Yeah. And maybe Andrew Lewis is definitely his opening choice is definitely a combative one, isn't it? It's not one where you're playing solidly and then offer a draw after 10 moves, because there's going to be a lot of fun. I think Keith's probably going to be quite happy to play against this as well, I should imagine, because he doesn't look like he's completely out of book here, but having a mini little think here at this moment in time. I guess maybe some bishop move or knight d2. Or maybe even he could attack the b4 pawn with a3 and c3, perhaps.
Yeah.
Might also be useful. But okay, I mean, that started out quite excitingly, so we'll come back to this game. But His chasers are currently, I'll use the arrows at the top next time, is Mark Hebden, who's black against Donald McFarlane, who had that game yesterday. Donald did where they were and both used an hour on the clock for only 13 moves. It looks like he's going a little quicker today. What's going on here? Just a standard opening, isn't it? King's Indian structure for black and English kind of setup for white. Still waiting for that one to get going at the moment. But I'm sure just about to have their first kind of thinks of the game, where to put this knight on b8, d7 or c6 maybe. Okay, and the other chaser is Nigel Davies. He's got white against Stephen Dishman. What is going on here? What opening was this? This is your territory, isn't it?
Kind of, because against g6, usually I like to play c3 and then d4. But c4 is kind of a transfer to dragon, right? Like a dragon with castling short.
I see.
So I'm not sure whether it's good, because I think it's kind of very solid.
Yeah. I think, though, that suits Nigel's kind of style of play, though. He does kind of, whenever I've met him and spoke with him, he does recommend really solid variations just to get a slight opening advantage, if not just get equality. So I don't think he's too bothered about playing the ultra critically sharp variations. But then again, I guess he does lose something from not playing those variations. But now he goes d4. I'm surprised that d4 came in now.
But if you don't play d4, then black may play bishop g7 and just control the d4 pawn. So you can't play.
Yeah, so I think d4 now then. What's the advantage of going c4 first before d4? I don't get it.
I'm not sure. Yeah, probably the same. Like c takes d4 and then knight c6.
And then he can play c4 if he wants to, and he transposes back into this position here. Okay, and I guess the point is, or is it maybe that? Is it quite cute actually that after, if you start with d4, cd4, knight d4, black now is this a move?
Probably, yeah. That looks good. So white is forced to play knight c3, is that the thing? Or bishop d3, is that possible?
Yeah, it might be. I guess the point is that e5 is met by queen a5 check.
Yeah.
So therefore, if bishop d3 is possible, then yes, we're still good. But the move that we don't want to play here is knight c3, because it blocks the c pawn, so we don't get the position in the game. So okay, so maybe that's the reason why c4 comes in now then, and he gets this Maroczy structure, isn't it? Maroczy bind structure, which can be reached from lots of different openings. Who do you prefer here, Lan? Which side do you prefer playing?
Actually, when I was young, I encountered loads of this kind of structure as black. So it's like e4, c5, knight f3, d6, bishop b5. And my opponent just played this kind of structure.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure who is better with this light square bishop not traded.
Yeah.
Actually, I would say both sides has chances. I mean, white is more solid, but I would say it's very difficult to find a plan to attack for white.
Yeah, and we've still got probably quite a few easy moves for each side to play. Like, I'm expecting both sides to castle here, I should imagine, and then do their development. And as I say that, knight d7 is played, and after a couple of minutes, freeing up that dark square bishop. I'm assuming he's not going to take on c3 here, or is that a possibility?
I think this is a possibility, but depends. I mean, if the bishop's taken, then it will be easier for white to just attack from the king side. But the thing is that white will have a worse pawn structure on the queen side, and black can easily play something like knight c5. So if white can't get a chance on attacking the king side, then white will be in trouble, and black will be just better.
Yeah, I've seen this this kind of giving away this dark square bishop is something that you're taught as a junior. Never do it. Never ever give away your dark square bishop if you fianchetto it ever in a million years. And it seems to be becoming more popular, and the use of computers and AI seems to be. I know there's some other variations of the King's Indian where black gave away both bishops in order to ruin white's pawn structure, which is something you'd never actually ever want to do. But it does seem to be very popular at the moment. I don't know. I don't think he's going to go for it. But now he's played knight d7. It kind of hints that that's the move that he wants to play here. Bishop takes knight c3, which would be a really bold move, to be honest, by Stephen if he does do it. But I'd rather be here watching than him trying to make that decision after against the Grandmaster. So Lawrence has just put in the chat, hello Ocelot32 and Loss, good to see you in. Queen b6 and knight e4 are far more common. I think he's probably talking about Andrew's game, possibly back here in this opening. Knight e4, so knight e4 probably more common here instead of g6. And then also queen b6 probably here, I should imagine. It is a bit more common. Queen b6 move 4. So here, queen b6 or knight e4 here is more common.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Queen b. I do like queen b6 actually. I do like that move, defending the knights, so you don't have to get double pawns. But maybe you still take with the pawn anyway. But defending the b5 pawn, quite nice and active for black's pieces. But okay, right. Well, this one is developed kind of how we expected. The bishop didn't come out, but he did use that c4 square that he identified as a bit of a weakness as well. So that's pretty good. Okay, let's flip down the board just to see what other crazy openings have gone on. So we've looked at Mark's game. So we've got here Jonathan Hill against Bruce. Okay, this is looking like typical. It started out as a Queen's Pawn opening. So it was a King's Indian, but this is so popular at the moment, though, isn't it? At the moment, this kind of knight c3 idea. Do you play these kind of systems?
For black and white,
or for either side? Do people play this against you, or?
Yeah, I mean, after d4, knight 6, knight c3 is quite common, and that's quite tricky. And I constantly countered when I play rapid and blitz.
Yeah. It's quite interesting at this moment in time because black's decided to play 1d6, which is if he plays knight f6, then sometimes the counter can be if knight f6, knight c3, then you can sometimes play d5, can't you, just to prevent this e4 move playing.
Yeah.
But because on move 1, he's basically gone d6, he doesn't really want to go d5, does he? After just playing d6. So he can transpose this into this perk structure or modern structure, shall we say? Where white
saying was like e4 d6, like then d4.
Yeah, it transposes, doesn't it? It's the same. But I'm surprised that white has not gone for something a bit more aggressive here. I always like to see this f pawn moving if it can. But just putting the knight out in front, I guess, is just as good. But maybe not quite as aggressive. And here he's got a decision to make. Does he take? Does he capture? Does he ignore it? What do you think Jonathan's going to do?
Here, actually, I noticed nuance differences because I've studied this thoroughly as white. And the thing is that now d5 is not that good because the knight can go to b4. So white should not go for a4 so quickly, but instead white should go for something else and wait for black to go for e5 and still knight c6. Then white can go for d5, so the knight has to return. But the thing is, if a4 is not played, I think white needs to study the theory about b5, and it's a different thing. And I would say that in this opening, white has a possibility of going for h4 and h5, just begin to attack.
Yeah. Well, that's quite interesting. That so basically saying here that if d5, then because this move a4 has been included, the knight can't be kicked away too easy. It's actually quite a good square. I guess black might even play e5 themselves, perhaps.
Yeah, that's a possibility. And actually, here I would say I prefer black.
Yeah.
Because I'll study this structure and I find them white has no advantages, so white may struggle a bit.
Yeah, and because I play the King's Indian, some people can. I do have an option of transposing into this kind of variation as black myself, but I can't say I've done as much work on it as what you've done there. But yeah, I do tend to like it, and I guess I think captures is probably the main move, and then something happens with the queens at some point, and then this knight comes to h5, threatening to come into f4. But it is just still quite an equal structure, isn't it? You have to wait a few moves for something to actually happen before things go on. But okay, I guess we'll come back to this. I know that Bruce likes to attack as well, so I don't know much about Jonathan Hill, but we'll see what he comes up with. Maybe this was his preparation. Let's have a flick around, see what happens. Okay, so Peter Wells, who I think took a draw yesterday, maybe because his tournament wasn't going quite as well as he wanted it to, but here he's got an interesting structure. This looks like a Grunfeld.
Yeah.
Against Nigel Aldritz. And just looks like a very typical Grunfeld position at this moment in time. Have you ever dabbled with the Grunfeld, Lam? Or?
When I was young, I used to play this, but the thing is that there are lots of variations in Greenfield, and also lots of variations are really dangerous for black. So I just stopped playing it because I can't remember so many things. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same as what everybody says, isn't it? You know, it's the Grunfeld's like known as being a great opening. You got Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's willing to play it pretty much all the time, because of course he knows those variations. Peter Zvidler, a big advocate of the Grunfeld, but yeah, there's just so much to learn.
Yeah, I think Neville also likes to play some key moment of his tournament.
Yeah, but for mere mortals like ourselves, remembering these things is quite difficult. I mean, this is just typical players, and I guess White's always kind of thinking, do I go D5 in these positions or not? What's the the big drawback of going D5 is that you allow pieces to come to A5, knight goes to A5 and the E5 square, and commit your pawn structure a little bit too soon. But okay, yeah, we'll see how this game develops. I think Peter will be quite happy to see the Grunfeld on the board. It gives him this kind of different dynamic. It's not a boring position. Something's going to happen over these next few moves. I guess the only line that I learned during the pandemic actually was this variation, I think, actually. So castles, knight c6, bishop e3. Let me just click off that. Now, queen c7 here is quite interesting. I assume that you might know this line, bishop g4.
Yeah.
This goes crazy, doesn't it, after f3? And then isn't there pawn takes d4, cd4, knight a5, bishop d3, bishop e6, d5.
Yeah.
Bishop a1, queen takes a1, and then f6, is it? f6, bishop h6, rook e8. And then we get either knight f4, rook d1, or king h1. I believe this is where my theory is ending. Have you seen this line before?
Yeah, probably. I think there's a game played by Kasparov and then Karpov of the same structure. And is that White was winning, right? And I would say it's very risky for Black because White just has a better pawn structure and a stronger center. Yeah,
there's some crazy lines here. I think king h1 might even be the move here that's pretty critical. And basically, White does some things like knight f4 and then plays the move pawn to e5, and there's some sacks on g6 and coming in, it goes crazy. But equally, if you don't get the attack, you can quite quickly lose the game as well. And I also know that there's also, I think around this point here, you can even take on f7 and then take on g4 here as well. The Black will have to know. So I guess that's just one example of some crazy variation that you play the Grunfeld and you play this line that you have to know. That's probably why Nigel didn't go for it and he went for queen c7 instead. And rook c1, I don't know, is that maybe a mistake, queen c7? It can't be a mistake, but rook c1 is the first kind of time that Peter thought in this game. He's put 2.5 minutes plus on rook c1, so he probably wasn't expecting queen c7. But rook c1, because I'm pretty sure that there is a line here maybe with queen. I'm pretty sure the queen goes to d7 in some of these variations as well. But queen c7 might be slightly inaccurate, but still probably fine. After b6, queen d2, bishop b7. He's gone straight for bishop h6 here, Peter has. So he spent 5 minutes over queen d2, 4 minutes over bishop h6. Is he going for the throat here?
Yeah.
He definitely got a bit of an attack going on here, but what pieces can join the h6 after the swaps? If say black takes, queen takes, how quickly can white's pieces join up?
Just f4, f5. This is a quite common idea, or h4, h5.
Yeah, I guess so. The pawns have to join in, so it's still a little slow. Black's going to have a bit of time to try and do something about it, but Peter's definitely putting the pressure on here. I've just got confirmation there, by the way, of the women's titles in each section. So, and the 50 plus, Natasha, I think has got that one sewn up. Natasha Regan is going to be the women's champion, and that in the over 65 plus, it's going to be Susan Selly as well, who identified before. So, looks like that, but it's quite disappointing. There's not more female players that have entered these sections. So hopefully that's something that we can change over the years, Lan, with role models such as yourself, I should imagine. Hopefully inspiring more girls and women to play chess and get better. Okay, right. Well, let's have a look around. Let's see what else we've got going on down here. So Matthew Wilson against Neil Bradbury. This one's just got started. Well, the opening, I mean, it looks like a Queen's Gambit here, doesn't it? But let's just scroll back for a second. This didn't start out as a Queen's Gambit. It started out as 1b3. Matthew Wilson with giving up a huge rating gap here. 1747 against 2215. That's nearly 500 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this seems to be very common at the moment, this kind of stuff. Hopefully that one will spice up a little bit, but he's taken 8 minutes here, Neil Bradbury, over his move at this point after d4. I'm a bit surprised by that.
Yeah, because it's quite difficult. White is trying to create an isolated point center for black, and I mean, this is a trick for b3. I mean, b3 is a quite tricky opening. I would say there another line which is quite tricky, like white goes for e3 and then f4. This is another possibility. And I would say the main line is b3, then black goes for e5, then bishop b2, knight c6, something like this. And then there's a crazy line, like after bishop b5, I think at some point, black has to go for bishop to d6 rather than d6, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to be more popular now than maybe 10 years ago when I was playing. B3 seems to be like something that a lot of people are doing and transposing to whatever they want to go into. I did have a local league game against, I think it was Jacob Boswell, who played this B3, and I did try out E5 against him. In his local league, the games aren't recorded, so we get to try out different things and nobody can see. And we went a bit of a crazy game at that point. But yeah, so I guess what you're saying is if, say, for example, bishop e7 takes and bishop takes pawn, and we get this isolated pawn on d5, I guess bishop takes f6 is not possible here. But, you know, you think white might be happier here. But are these positions known to be terrible for black anymore, or?
Probably because the bishop on b2 is different, because usually the bishop is not on b2 or something like on d5 or on c1. So this is a bit different.
This bishop already having this big diagonal covering this d4 square, which prevents the pawn from moving forward.
Yeah.
Then this is what he's trying to avoid at the moment. Okay, well, we'll see what he does about that later on. Let's have a flip down. So we've got Phil Crocker against Keith Parker. And this was some kind of Catalan-ish structure. It looks like he's just got a big center at this moment in time over these last couple of moves.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'd be very happy if I was white here.
Sure. The thing is that I think in this kind of position it's kind of drawish, but black doesn't have any chance. This is what I feel.
Yeah, I mean, black is just trying to equalize, isn't he, at the moment? And I guess maybe at the opportune moment, some sort of c5 move might start swapping off a lot of pieces. But I think you have to be careful with this bishop on b7 being unguarded and make sure you don't fall for any tricks on the diagonal. Could be quite dangerous. But I think Philip will be very happy here as white with his opening. He took surprised he took 3 minutes over castling here after bishop b7. Nearly 4 minutes. Interesting move times. I mean, I can't say anything. I take ages over some of my moves, which is bad. Okay, David Henderson against Mark Jacek. Okay, equally rated as well, which is quite interesting. This is your kind of stuff with the Sicilians. And d5. What do you think is more principled against the Alpin here? Knight f6, d5?
Yeah, I prefer knight f6 because d5 is also kind of too equal, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess the point is it's kind of like a Scandinavian, but with the moves c5 and c3 included. So it might maybe a slightly better version of that, but okay. And I assume that I quite like this knight a3 move, by the way. This always makes me chuckle. That you can play something like this as because it's so useful on that square. And then the knight comes in. Don't fall for knight c7 check. In case you're watching, winning the queen. And the queen goes back to d8. This is quite interesting as well. Just this for any new players that are watching. Sometimes if you just because you played queen takes pawn d5, don't be afraid of like retreating back if you have to. And he only took 6 seconds over that move. And knight takes pawn, knight takes, and then we get this position with bishop e7. Which side do you think white's just castled?
I prefer white actually because I think it's a bit like a French defense. One of the variations from French defense, like after d4, d5, knight d2, c5, and e takes d5, queen takes.
Yeah.
I feel it's exactly the same. Yeah.
Is this similar to Nipo Ding when he played the French?
A bit, but Nepo didn't play that variation. Nepo played something like.
The bishop was on c4 though, maybe. Perhaps.
Yeah.
But it's even better on d3 though, isn't it?
Sure, because then you just go for bishop c2, queen d3. That's one possibility in the future. Another thing is that the white can go for rook e1 and queen e2, for example, or just don't go for queen e2, but just trick black, wait for black's queen to go away, and then jump to now f5. That's another tricky thing.
Oh, right. Wow.
Yeah, I just prefer white because I used to play this structure as white. I think white is just better.
So some sort of crazy stuff like this going on.
Yeah, something like that. And the white can sacrifice on the king side if the bishop moves.
Yeah, g7 form would be pretty dangerous. Okay, right. Well, we're expecting David to see if he follows your advice and goes for a kingside attack there. Let's flick through again. So we've got David Ireland against Alan Byron. Pretty standard opening. It's like just a typical queen's pawn opening with some exchanges already happening. This one's I think we're waiting for this one to liven up, but it's I don't know about these positions. I see these positions too much, and I feel like they're you maybe lost an opportunity to cause your opponent some problems in the opening as white if you get to something like this. It's the only thing you could argue would be that this bishop on c8 is maybe a little bit going to be a little too slow to get out. And if you know what you're doing, I guess moves like rook e1, knight e5 come in, and white can build up a head of steam pretty quickly here if you're not careful. I don't know. Do you try and avoid positions like this, or?
Actually, because I never play white for d4, but I play this as black for lots of times, and I think I don't like this position because of bishop and white has more chances of attacking from the king side. Knight e5, this is a very annoying move. And I think this time Nepo and Ding, they played one game like this, and Ding just won by structure. Yeah. And actually Nepo didn't make any serious mistakes, but still Ding just played really solidly and won that game.
Yeah, was that the London system one you're talking about then? Yeah. So it's okay, not that much difference with the bishop being on g5, a small difference that will change a few things. But I guess, do you think that we'll start seeing more people taking up and seriously considering playing the London system now as playing the World Championship match?
Probably, but I mean, I think this structure is just doesn't have any chances for black. But if I black, I would change the structure. So for example, I will not play e6, but I will move a bishop out at some point.
Yeah, try and get the bishop outside the pawn chain a lot earlier on. So this guy somewhere out here somewhere, just so he does something. Okay. Well, David probably happy with if he plays this as white, probably happy with what's happened here. So let's see what's going on. Ian Thompson against Donald Mason. This is looking a bit more lively, but not without the Rams. Is this some King's Indian variation actually? Knight d5 here. Some. I've played against Donald a few times. He's close. It was quite close. Well, about an hour away from me. He lives in Shropshire. There's been a new Shropshire highest rated player in Nathaniel Paul, actually. He's now the highest rated player. I saw some news article about that. This is still, I think, some sort of King's Indian theory at this point, even though it started out as an English opening. It's like it's transposed. I don't know what black's meant to do here, though. Knight d5. Because he's like bishop e6 is maybe not so good. Does knight g4 exist here? What happens after knight g4?
Bishop d2?
We can't go queen a6 because you've got knight c7.
Yeah, so the queen has to return to d8, right?
Maybe that's not so bad. Oh, maybe the problem is the bishop comes to c3. Is that? That's the issue. Okay, so knight g4 is no good. These positions are very tricky. It's almost like you play all your opening moves, and then you're in this crazy position. You're like, I need half an hour to look at it to try and get it right. Because you can very easily, just be worse out of these positions as black if you're not careful. But I guess also as white, it's pretty crazy. But we'll see what Donald comes up with. I'm sure he's not completely out of C here, although they've just started to slow down in their move times. Let's flick over to the over 65s, because this is where we've got the two players and joint leaders, Chris Baker and Paul Littlewood, and we'll go back to here. We'll scroll back to the top. So d4. Okay, so we get another King's Indian, but fianchetto variation. Knight bd7. And here's immediately for e5. Queen c2, rook e8, rook d1. And Chris Baker did not take that much long over these moves, but then he took 16 minutes over playing b3. Would you spend 16 minutes over b3?
Probably not, because it's obvious that bishop it doesn't have any good squares on the c1 to h6 stack. No, so b3 should be quite natural. So is that white afraid of something like the diagonal e takes d4? Is that? I can't see anything here.
No, I can't see anything. I mean, the thing is that from playing the King's Indian as well, like these types of positions, you kind of know what you're doing. You're still actually in theory around this area, even though you're kind of not in theory. If you want to be at the top, you have to know these lines and know what the typical plans are. And I guess rook d1, queen e7 is a pretty standard response to get the queen off the same file as the rook. But yeah, b3 seems to be almost like maybe he took the time on what here are his next 5 moves or so in this position. So I'm guessing he's going to go something like bishop b2, maybe bishop a3. is possibly where he's thinking. Maybe he's worried about e4 coming at him. I don't know how much he should be concerned if e4 is played. It wasn't played, though. He played h6. Now he's having another think, and he's using up another 5 minutes over his response.
Yeah, so probably like e4, if e4 without h6, white can go for knight d5, is that the case? And h6 is kind of preventing knight d5, so in the next move, black may go for e4. So maybe white is thinking about how to prevent e4.
Yeah, so this is the big idea, isn't it? And I guess the point is if you just go bishop b2, and e4 comes, I'm guessing the move that you want to play is knight d2.
Yeah, and then
this
e3.
Run into this move here, e3, and black's taking down there with check. And it's not necessarily losing for white, but it's just really uncomfortable. You start to get a lot of pressure. Well, in fact, maybe it is if you have to take, let's say, king h1, and then knight g4 comes in. And there's all sorts of checkmates going on around here. This is pretty nasty. Sorts of discovered attacks. You probably have to give away the exchange by playing rook f1 here, but very uncomfortable if you allow this idea. So maybe knight e1's more of a move here, but I guess that's why he's just not committing this bishop to b2 at this moment in time. He wants this bishop to cover this e3 square. He can't play e4 himself, can he? Or can he? Does he want to play e4?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Probably e4, e takes d4. Knight takes, and probably white is afraid of something on this diagonal. Like possibility of c5 and knight takes e4. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's maybe not working tactically at the moment, but there's a lot of scary stuff there, isn't there? So maybe not that. And a lot of these positions as well, rather than b3, one of the main ideas is to go knight d5 and allow your pawns to be doubled. But I don't see that being possible anymore. Not now b3 has been played. So I don't quite know what Chris would actually play here. I can understand why he's thinking for so long. Maybe he can play. Well, does he? He doesn't really want to play d5 himself, does he? I don't think.
Not really.
Because it at least gives him the d4 square for the knight after d5, but you don't really want to open up that diagonal. Can't move the knight away because you don't want to take with a rook on d4. Maybe he has to take on e5.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's Chris's problem and not our problem. I don't know what I play here as white. It's I think maybe this is just one of those things like back here after queen e7. We know that white's still got the space advantage, and this is all to do with preparation. So I'm wondering whether Chris prepared for this line or whether Roger's taken him by a bit of surprise here. And I've just had a move in. Actually, he's actually gone for e3, which is, I guess, quite a good move actually that we didn't consider, because now there's no e4, e3, is there? Which is a little bit of an interesting move. So maybe he has solved his problems there, but I think maybe Roger's taken him by a bit of surprise here with this variation or something, because I'm sure Chris would have prepared for this game. It's quite an important game, or maybe he's just quite happy with this setup and just making sure he gets a lot of rest. Okay, well, we'll see how Roger comes back. So let's have a look at the other critical game for the championship, which is Paul Littlewoods is black against Ian Snape. Where were we in this? I don't think we even looked at the start yet. So we had a typical Queen's Indian. I had a game like this, which you saw last weekend. But it didn't go bishop b4 check. a5. Okay, well, this is aggressive. Castles, knight c3, d6. Okay, rook a d1, simple chess. e7, h3, h6. Is white just going to claim the bishop pair at some point here?
Yeah, probably. I'm not sure why like h3 is played, because I can simply go for rook e1 and e4, right? So this is a good idea.
Yeah. Why play h3? I'm trying to get into the mind of Ian, and I can't seem to understand what h3 is all about, actually. Because is the knight ever going to g4?
No, not possible. I would say d4. You did nothing here, right?
Yeah, doesn't make much sense. So yeah, I guess after rook e1, I guess black doesn't allow e4 to be played, I should imagine.
Bishop c3 is that
Yeah, I think probably having to take, and the problem is that after knight e4 now, unless there's some sort of pin going on here.
knight g5? Oh, queen can take on g5.
Yeah, or knight d2 might be a different move, but the idea is that the bishop hasn't got the e1 square to retreat to.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering if knight d2 here is possible.
Yes, quite possible.
Take on c3, take on b7, take on d1, take on a8, take on f2. Does that win for black?
Probably, but I mean, 93, white can just take with the queen, and the white just play the structure. I mean, white's better because white has the center and space. So, I
So
mean,
like it.
yeah, after e4 in next move, white is better.
So this is coming forward, isn't it? I guess black would probably play e5 here, I should imagine.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to be running out of minor pieces, though, to get your space advantage. So black's not quite as cramped here in this type of position. I don't think you're going to play e4 here, are you?
I think e4 is okay, and actually the structures like white can play d5 at some point, and the black can play f5, and
Yeah.
the pawn is on e4. That's a better thing because now the pawn can take like e takes f5, and after rook takes, white can go for knight e4, and it will be
Yeah.
a really good knight. And white can just gain a positional advantage. So that's the thing.
So this is the point here: is that after takes, if they have to take back with a rook, then you're saying this knight on e4 is a pretty good piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think black players would be too unhappy about this. They probably have their knight on c5 by this point as well, and maybe just doubling the rooks on the f file is also quite a nice plan. But yeah, this was all made possible though. So maybe knight d2 is maybe not as dangerous as what we were thinking, because if knight takes bishop, if queen takes is the point, but this kind of thing here is not really that good, unless you can get away with some exchange sacrifice. Then this is looking pretty good for black here. Bishop g2, knight g4.
Sure.
So
actually, I'm kind of dubious about the move for rook a d1. I'm just wondering, is that necessary, or can I just go for rook f e1 directly?
Yeah, I mean, it should have been trying to push this pawn to e4 immediately.
Yeah.
Is what you're thinking. Yeah, I think I agree. Which rook e1?
This rook here.
Yeah, rook a d1 just allowed this knight to come out, didn't it? And that makes a difference in that variation, because now if we go for takes on c3, knight e4, knight d2, this knight can't take a rook on d1. But also at the same time in that variation, when we take on a8, it's actually a free rook.
Yeah.
Pretty big difference there. So actually, if we stop, well, mind you, is e4 threatened here? It is, isn't it? It is. E4 is threatened, yeah.
Yeah.
So if we takes and go knight e4, knight d2 here is not as good because a knight takes c3. Or has black got anything else? I don't think they have. Knight takes c3, you just do bishop takes b7.
Yeah.
And actually, that's winning for white.
Yeah, for sure.
Because let's say rook a7, you just retreat the bishop, and the knight on c3 is trapped, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so knight e4 is not possible here, whereas with the rook on d1, it is. it is possible. So this is, it's difficult to stop white playing e4 here and just having a big space advantage. That's a great shout. Rook d1 was just maybe a little bit strange. And then we didn't understand this h3 move, but h6 is okay. He did go to rook fe1 here. And we actually got this variation, but we've got bishop e4 on the board, though. Bishop e4, not knight e4. Is that bishop staying there?
Probably not, because white will go for knight e2 for sure and trade the bishop. So black has an idea of going for queen c8 and then queen b7.
Okay.
But the thing is that white has a bishop, and the white can definitely go for e4 in the future. So I'll still prefer white.
Yeah, so Ian's possibly got I guess a typical opening advantage, isn't it? Where you get the bishop pair, or you get bishop versus knight as white, and you're trying to convert that into some, your space advantage as well. Trying to convert that into some sort of material or a bigger advantage. I quite liked your idea here, queen c8, queen b7. I'm sure I've seen it before, but it didn't immediately pop into my mind. Queen c8 here, or queen b7, or queen b8, queen b7. All right, nice idea, just to try and bolster up, because this bishop is literally just trying to stop this pawn coming to e4, isn't it? That's all it's trying to do at this moment in time. Queen c8, knight d2, queen b7 maybe, and then a load of exchanges happen. But yeah, this dark square bishop is poised and ready, isn't it, on this diagonal to try and do something. But it's currently not easy to open it up. Like d5, e5 is played against it. So we'll see whether Ian can take control. I guess this queen's also got some squares out here as well. Okay, right. Well, we'll come back to this one in a second. Let's have a look at a few other moves here. So Kevin Boehmer against Mark Page. What craziness is this? This looks like a position you'd find yourself in quite often.
Probably. Like, I've played a lot of this kind of position. Yeah, common Sicilian, right? And
yeah, well, I'll just go through the opening. So obviously you're Sicilian, Najdorf, f3, e5, b5 this early. Okay.
I'm not sure b5 is the best trend, because usually that just play bishop e7, and then castle in long, castle in short, then g4, b5, then a crazy line.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's been a h5 move around here as well.
Possible.
Yeah. B5 is very quick, isn't it? And I guess what Mark's doing there, he's trying to put as much pressure on his opponent to defend rather than defending himself. But here his knights seem to be doing a lot of moves here. And I quite like this next move by Kevin, actually, because even though he's played f3 straight away, with this knight coming away from f6, it could come into g4. He plays f4 immediately, with black's king stuck in the center. And then after b4, the knight comes in, takes, bishop e7, and black's maybe just about getting ready to castle. But it's definitely an exciting position. I don't know how white's continuing at this moment in time.
Is it possible for white to play knight a5? Because this is also a very common strategy in this opening.
That is a horrible move. Oh, knight a5 coming into c6.
Yeah, because when I see the pawn on d5 and knight on b6, I just naturally think about knight to a5.
In fact, that prevents castling, because it actually wins a piece, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You take on e7 with check, and then you can take on b6. So knight a5 would be a horrible move. How does he prevent knight c6?
How about queen c7? Is it possible? Knight c6, rook c8, but then white has something like bishop takes a6, and the rook g8. Lots of crazy things.
I mean, knight a5, queen c7, knight c6. I assume he doesn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that the queen is protecting c2 pawn, so it doesn't really work.
You were trying to threaten the checkmate. I see.
How about this? Yeah, knight a5, queen c7, knight c6. Is it possible for black to play something like knight takes d5?
Knight takes d5.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. I think he needs something like knight takes d5 to work. Otherwise, he's going to be in big trouble. I mean, can maybe white take on e5 first? There's loads of sacrifices here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm even thinking of like knight a5, queen c7. Can we take on e5? Pawn takes, d takes e5, and then I'm looking at an opportune moment to play d6, an opportune moment to try and get another attacker on f7. Or it looks like things are lining up if you can get them right.
Yeah, it's likely.
I mean, yeah, maybe that knight takes d5 move is really good, actually. Maybe you take on e7 after that. So go on, let's have a look at what could happen here. So knight a5, and this is a serious threat of playing knight c6, and then maybe even just taking the bishop off. But queen c7, let's see, preempts knight c6 because it doesn't attack the queen. And then we've got this move, knight takes d5. Can we refute that move? I don't know. I don't know what white can do.
I can just take the bishop and play positionally because you have pair of bishops still. White is okay, I think.
So it takes here, takes here. And play positionally. You are a pawn down.
Yeah, but I have a pair of bishops versus a pair of knights.
Yeah, that is an advantage. I don't know. I thought you could get more than this, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, probably. I also think like white can have play better.
Yeah. I guess he doesn't have to jump into c6 immediately, does he? But hang on a minute. Has he got knight takes d5 straight away?
Rook takes, then protecting this.
Rook protects the knight. Yeah. No, then. Okay, well, knight a5 looks like a really interesting, exciting move, but I'm sure he's probably got lots of other options here, hasn't he? So you can take on e5 and play d6.
Yeah, but then bishop g5 is it possible?
Okay, bishop g5.
Yeah, because in Sicilian, I really don't want this dark square bishop to be traded for white side. But if black can have a chance to trade this bishop, then black will be quite happy.
So that brings me round then to a move like h4 here then, to prevent bishop g5 so that we can take on e5 perhaps and take away that g5 square.
Then is it possible for black to play a5 to start the attack? I mean, knight a5 has another purpose of preventing a5.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Black. So, okay, so the position's a lot more balanced than I thought white was going to be breaking through here, but black's got a lot of resources at his disposal, and that's why Kevin, I should imagine, is having his first proper think of the game. He's currently over 8 minutes, and yeah, he's just about to hopefully unleash something that we haven't considered in quite an exciting position. Let's come back to it later on. See what else is going on. Yeah, so we've got Ivan Mile against Paul Rains. This is again a Sicilian, but whoa, what's happened here? Hang on a minute. E4, C5, C3, B6. Have you seen this before?
Not really. B6. B6 seems really strange here.
I've not seen that at all ever before. It's amazing, isn't it? That after there's so many different possibilities of from move 2 that you can be like, look at a game where you out of theory completely. I've never seen B6 before here. This must be some home cooked stuff by Paul, inventive, creative. But it doesn't stop white playing D4, which was the whole point of C3.
Yeah.
And now, he goes F3. Okay. So concedes the center, takes the knight off, which frees up white's. So I wouldn't be taking here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure whether it's good for black because
No, this doesn't look good, does it?
yeah,
He's definitely being creative, for sure. But simple moves here. Knight e8 is the last move played. I think simple chess from Ivan here is pretty good, but Paul's definitely showing that you've still got creativity in the game to do what you want. And is this position playable here, or is there a way for
I'm
white?
not sure because white just looks to be much better. Like, what if d5 is played?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I thought maybe he was going to play d5 himself at some point just to get some control of the center. But yeah, you're right. D5 here is. I guess he might not do this because he doesn't want to give this knight this e5 square. But
Almost f4 after knight e5.
yeah, it can't even go anywhere though, can it? It's more. It looks bad, but actually, it isn't actually that bad. And this is the kind of pawn structure that you want against this bishop on b7, completely blocking it in. And white's bishop pair here are really playing. And all the space, because black's not put a pawn in the center of the board and played some principal stuff. His knights a lot. Yeah, maybe d5. We'll see what Ivan comes up with as we cycle through the games a bit more. Bob Clark, my old teammates here against Chris Shepherd. It's looking like an interesting game. Typical English kind of stuff. Looks like it's happened. I don't know any theory here about this kind of stuff. Okay. What's going on here? A lot of time been taken. Year-end cough of your offer. Thank you very much for your offer. It's not my channel though. Don't know. I feel like black's got a slight advantage here.
Yeah. Can black just simply close the position on the queen side and then just go for f5 and begin to attack on the queen side?
Yeah, it's a lot of pawn moves, isn't it? And the black's pawns are further forward. So I think you're suggesting b4 here?
Probably, but doesn't look like a... I don't know. b4, maybe you can consider that. Yeah, b4 is a possibility.
b4. I mean, I guess you could even take, or you could. Is white even threatening to take on b5?
It's likely because then your a5 pawn might be a potential weakness, but not now. But probably after knight takes e7 and c takes b5.
Okay, I see. So you take on e7 first because the knight on d5 is loose.
Yeah.
So okay, yeah. So maybe b4. Taking doesn't look right to me, but because the a5 maybe b4, and then I guess white's done this maneuver, haven't they? This knight was originally on f3. He's probably come back to e1 and then into c2, just deliberately to come to e3 to control the light squares in the center of the board. But if black gets f5 in here, I think I prefer to be black, chucking my pawns forward. Literally every pawn will have moved in black's position if he gets f5 in. That's quite nice. I like that. No pawns have been exchanged so far, but every single pawn move forwards. And the amount of space that he has would be crazy. Okay, well, he's thinking about it at the moment. Chris has got 5 minutes over this move. This is his longest think so far of the game. His previous longest think was on the previous move of b5. He's definitely going for something. Yeah, I think maybe Bob could have played it a little bit more aggressively, getting his own break in perhaps at some point. Chucking his pawns forwards. Okay, well, let's cycle back to some of the leaders. I guess we should see if Natasha's playing because she's going to be the women's champion. Where's Natasha? Somewhere. Oh, isn't it? Sorry, it's Shelley. We've already had a result here. David Daniels has drawn with Hassan Erdogan. A nice 19 move draw. Hope you've enjoyed the tournament, guys. Sorry, the women's champion in this one is going to be Susan Shelley, who's played a lot of moves. This didn't look like it's a 21 move game. I felt like this was like 30 or 40 moves by this point.
Yeah.
It's amazing how quickly pieces can get exchanged. Who's winning this one?
White is better, I think, because white always has things like knight to f4, and I would say that the e4 pawn for black is a weakness forever.
Yeah, I guess is Stelio actually threatening queen takes a3?
Yeah, but what if like something like knight g5 and if queen takes, then rook takes f6?
Yeah, rook takes, because then, okay, you're doing the mate on h7. I mean, I was even thinking if you just passed your go and allowed queen takes a3, rook takes f6 anyway.
Yeah,
is looking pretty strong.
also possible.
Yeah, this is pretty dangerous. So we expect knight g5 to be played here. Is that not running into a pin? No, it's not, because the h7 pawn. So I guess h6 with king g8 next move.
Yeah.
How does white make progress here, actually? Maybe you're going to put your knight back to h3 and then put it into f4?
Probably, but yeah, knight 3 can... Maybe there's a possibility, and then... Wait, I've seen something like knight 3, queen takes a3, and rook f6, queen takes e3.
Oh.
And now this h6 pawn is protected.
But you at least got perpetual there. What, king f1, queen d3 check, and so far. Hang on, queen. Oh, so after queen e3, you can't go rook f2.
Yeah, because of queen e1 and
then rook f1, you lose the queen.
Yeah.
Oh, nice little tactic. Let's show that one. That's quite nice. That is. So here we want to go knight h3 with the idea of going to f4 to kind of get into this square and lots of different forks. But there's queen takes a3 here, and then taking on f6, hoping to mop up this pawn and this pawn, gets met by queen e3 check. When you can't, you could go king h1 because you can block on g1 with the knight.
Yeah, sure. But then black just take the rook and do perpetual or something like that. I think white just doesn't have any chance to win.
Yeah, and if white tries to go save the piece, they actually lose because after they block with the rook here, we then take the queen. Very nice tactic. Well spotted. I guess they could go queen f2.
That's true, but also queen c1 and
on queen f1.
Oh, now the rook can return. So
yeah,
f2.
So queen f2 looks good.
Yeah.
Queen f2 because the rook comes back. Ouch. So is this not working then because of queen f2?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the thing is, though, I'm not so sure about that because let's suppose you go back here and he goes rook f2 and then you do queen takes d4. Is this that bad?
Oh, that's interesting. Probably it's not that bad for black. And
I think maybe white got to try and go for black's king here.
Yeah, but it's difficult because now the rook is pinned and the black is threatening something like e3, right?
You got rook f8 check against e3, maybe.
Yeah.
It's very scary, isn't it? I mean, I was going to play king h1 here as white, just to try and play rook f8 check. But yeah, I think maybe just king g8 against that actually is not a bad move.
Yeah.
Preventing rook f8. But yeah, I don't think this would be too bad for black if they got here. But obviously, it's still a very imbalanced position, and that's quite a crazy variation. So we're here after queen takes e7. And we'll see what Susan comes up with. This is that e3 pawn actually threatened or not? Very easy, could end in some sort of perpetual. But this is the 65 plus, and Susan's going to be the women's champion. And if we flick over to the 50 pluses, and then we're going to cycle through to get to Natasha's game. We've already had a result here, just very quickly. So Barry Heimer and Eric Gardner choosing to go home early after a very tough competition. 7 games and not playing too many moves. And Natasha Regan is black here against Robert Walsh, going to be the over 50 women's champion. Is this again? I think was she over 50 women's champion last year, perhaps?
Yeah, probably she is.
Yeah, most likely. And how did this one start out? Let's go back to the start here. And, scroll to the beginning. So, it was a London system. Okay. I'm pressing down. London system against some King's Indian. Early H4.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, right? One game like that.
Yeah. Bishop E2, knight H5. Really wants to play H5, doesn't he, Robert? Is he going to go G4 here? I'd be looking at G4 here all day long. Knight A3, and then Natasha gets in H5. Queen F3, Rook B8. B8. Aggressive play by White.
Yeah.
But maybe not enough now. And
yeah, nothing for White.
Yeah, this B5 move, I'm really not liking this bishop on H2 at the moment.
And also knight on A3.
Yeah. White's pieces seem to be a little discombobulated. That's why it comes back. And then this is the position after Rook AD1. And White's recycled their piece, or their knight.
Yeah.
I think we both prefer to be black here, I should assume.
Yeah, that's true.
What's going on? So is Natasha probably going to go for... She probably doesn't need to rush here because the bishop on H2 isn't actually doing much. Queen G4 an option, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm also thinking about that. So Queen G4, is it possible for White to play Queen G3? If the Queen is traded, who will be better?
I think that would probably favour White compared to this position.
Yeah.
I don't think she needs to trade queens just yet. Because I think she's got a long-term plan of playing B4 at some point. But she needs to control the C4 square before B4 comes. I think maybe a move here like King F8 just to play Rook E to C8.
Oh, that's interesting.
I keep moving my king too much. I'm sure when we play again in the future, we'll probably move my king loads.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could go Rook E C8 straight away, couldn't you? I guess she doesn't want to play D5, especially because it loses a rook for the bishop, but she wants to keep this bishop kind of entombed on this square. I wouldn't be surprised if this bishop comes out to F4, back to F4 at some point. So maybe she's thinking about that too. Because this bishop, if it gets to here and then maybe repurposes itself, maybe on G5 or maybe the queen behind it coming to H6, it could be made use of itself. Is there any way of trying to trap it in, like knight D5 or something like that?
Yeah, I was also thinking about that. But knight E5, what if knight E3?
Yeah. I guess we can swap knights if we want to go. If we want to, but we can also go back knight B6, could we? Or is that?
Yeah, possible.
But maybe defeating the point.
White's knight is getting better.
Yeah. So it's definitely a critical moment, isn't it? Where you know that you've got an advantage of black here, but if you don't use it, you might lose it. But how to actually use it is quite a difficult question to answer. Maybe bishop H6 then, just to prevent bishop F4.
Possible, but also knight E3.
Yeah. You keep hitting me with this knight E3 move.
Yeah, because it looks like a very good square for a knight. And if the knight's put on e3, I'm not sure which side is better, actually.
Yeah. Okay, well, Natasha's thinking about it, and he spent 4 minutes so far. And I think she'll play a move maybe in a few minutes' time. I think it's quite a critical decision here because you're right. This knight that's come from a3 to c2, if it does get into e3, it starts to become a bit of a menace. I don't know where it goes from e3 though. It's just well placed there, isn't it? Controlling lots of squares.
Yeah, just stay in the square. And
Stays. I'm expecting at some point Natasha to go for b4 at some point, but when she goes for that is well, anybody's guess. Okay, well let's have a look back at the leaders to see what's going on. So, oh, what happened here? We got a win already. That does not look right to me. I don't think there was a resign here.
Yes, because someone's phone was on, or because this constantly happened like before. Someone's phone was on and he didn't notice that, but someone else noticed that. So
maybe that's happened. Well, we hope it's something as simple as that rather than something more serious. But okay, let's flip back to the main game. So okay, right, this game's developed quite considerably, hasn't it? So we left it at b4, didn't we? Which was definitely an unusual opening, but I'm sure Keith wasn't too phased by it. He spent a few minutes over knight d2 and then knight c4. And Andrew's still playing quite quickly at this point. We spent 11 minutes over castles. I thought it was 1 minute originally, but he spent 11 minutes over castles kingside. What was he thinking about for 11 minutes?
Probably 96 or d6. And he was thinking about whether he should go for d6 first.
Yeah. I don't think knight d6 is a threat. I think he can just play bishop a6.
Really. Yeah, that's true.
And pawn to d6 probably even helps his own bishop go to b7. So yeah, Keith and spent 9 seconds. So you spent 11 minutes over castles, and then immediately just plays bishop d3 and just ignores you any kind of nonsense. And then these moves are played pretty quickly, and then he decided to put the queen on c7, and then he starts to attack this pawn on b4. Kind of doesn't really defend it with a5 because he still has to take with the c pawn. It at least gives him the c5 square for his pieces.
Yeah.
But it does give Keith this d4 square for his knights. And those last two moves Keith spent 4 and 5 minutes on. Then after 21-minute think, Andrew plays bishop to a6. So a couple of big thinks for Andrew, and lots of little thinks for Keith. And they're actually very level on time. I would have thought that Andrew would have been miles behind, but because of the small amount of things that Keith's had, it's very equal. What is going on here? There's obviously a big threat on c4, threatening to win a piece.
Yeah, so the thing is actually, if b3 or queen 2 is played, black has a chance to go for f5. So this is the major threat for black. And I would say in this position, because black has a bishop pair, so white doesn't really want to open the position. If the position is opened, I would say black will be happier.
Yeah, we saw Andrew play a really good game, didn't we, yesterday in that Benko Gambit structure. Very active piece player, and we're kind of seeing something similar again. So for any, if there's young children watching this or watching this back afterwards, then this is where you want your bishops. And you picked up on this f5 move actually very quickly, unleashing this diagonal for this bishop with two targets, this knight on d4, bishop on pawn on b2. This knight on d4 is actually loose, isn't it? It's literally just been put there by Keith. He spent 4 minutes to put his knight here, and he kind of saw this b5 square for his knight. I'm sure, assuming he saw this c6 square for his knight eventually, if black's knight moved, of course. But it's actually unguarded on that square, and after bishop a6, I'm not so sure that knight d4 move has helped him. And this is why they're equal on time, because Keith has spent 19 minutes over this move so far.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that he must have missed bishop a6 or missed something in the variation here. And I guess one of the main points for other people, he can't really win this pawn because black can take on d3, and then he's going to win a piece on a5 afterwards as well. So 20 minutes now on this move for Keith. I feel like he's missed something here.
Probably.
I really like your f5 move. That's very scary.
Mm-hmm.
So b3 worsens it. Queen e2 makes it bad anyway. But after queen e2, does f5 actually win?
Probably. So where should knight go? I mean,
knight b3?
Yeah, and f takes e4?
Queen takes e4? I'm not convinced.
Yeah, but at least black's getting better. And now rook e8 can be played, so probably black can play something like knight e7 first after queen takes e4.
Yeah.
And now knight goes to everywhere. Like knight can go to c5 and e5, and rook can go to e8. So it looks to be very good for black. Really.
I guess you could win material as well by maybe taking on c4 and then b2.
Yeah, but I'm not sure whether black will be happy about that because now it's a bishop of opposite colors. So
yeah, okay. I mean, where does this knight on d4 go? Maybe, I mean, the threat is dual, isn't it? Because this pawn takes pawn here is going to take away a bishop or knight from defending, bishop or queen from defending this knight on c4. So this is huge. So this knight has to move, and wherever it goes, just taking on e4 is just looking. So I mean, I said knight here, but we're looking at this one, and we have to take with the queen, and then just very simply knight d7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good suggestion. And okay, knight c5, maybe not perfect, but rook e8 is just a simple move. Black's position starts to look very dangerous with these two bishops looking down, threatening to win stuff. So maybe keeps, yeah, what can he do about this knight on d4? Well, knight on c4 first.
Wait, so how about moving the knight on c4, like knight to e3?
Yeah, literally just looked at that. And I guess the point is that after f5, you can take on a6.
Bishop, yeah, and then take the f5 pawn. So this is not good for black.
Yep, that's not good for black. So maybe knight e3. Hello, yeah, Kevin. Good to see you checking in. Knight e3. Maybe something like queen c5?
Knight b3.
Oh, yeah. So maybe queen b6 instead then?
Yeah.
Just to kick the knight away. Or is there anything wrong with just knight d... Oh, queen b6, knight b3, and knight d7? Can we get away with that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so something like queen b6 here, attacking the knight.
Mm-hmm.
If the knight goes back to here, then maybe we can ignore the attack on the a5 pawn.
Yeah.
Because they've got bishop takes d3, but there's still a little bit to calculate there, isn't there? I don't know about you, but I still think that black's quite happy with this situation. And wow, Keith doesn't normally take over 20 minutes for his moves.
Yeah, he usually plays really fast.
Yeah, so this is maybe a little scary for him at the moment. And Andrew Lewis is playing actively, as he did in the last game, and maybe getting some reward for it at this moment in time. See what Keith does. Let's go and check out on. So Keith's half a point ahead of the field. Mark Hebden is trying to chase him down. He's black against Donald McFarlane here, and has a rook on a3. Where did that come from? These pieces are looking quite active for black.
Yeah.
Where did we leave this game? It was somewhere back here, wasn't it? So actually, yeah, this was the English versus King's Indian. And then here white plays b4 deliberately to start advancing, but of course gives up the a file. And then Mark immediately in 14th. This must have been planned. So look how many seconds he took over this move. He played rook e8 in 6 seconds. b4 was played. Then he took immediately, takes, and then he played e4 immediately as well. There's no messing around. I know what I'm doing here. I'm going to play e4. I'm going to mess up your position. If you take me, then a lot of stuff's going to be hanging. So Donald put his knight back after 15 minutes. And look at the time pressure that he's starting to build up here. He decided to take this. He did think there. Then he went bishop g4. And he's kind of hoping to provoke, I guess, f3 or something like that to create more weaknesses. But he pins his own knight. So he attacks the pin knight. Makes sense. He attacks that knight, and then, yeah, black's pieces are starting to coordinate a lot better. Knight d5, rook a3. I wouldn't want to see what the engine bar says here if I was Donald.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to be very hard for white, right? How to defend against this d3 pawn?
Rook b3?
No, rook b3. Let's just take the rook and take the knight, and
so we can't even take on f4, on e5 with the bishop, because you just take back with the knight and renew that threat. So it's just actually just this simple pin of this bishop on this knight to this queen is just horrible to deal with.
Yeah, that's true.
And actually, there's going to be another rook attacking it as well if the d pawn goes. So how do we defend d3?
Actually, I can't see any ways of defending against d3 pawn. So
yeah, and we've got a comment by Kevin as well. Just go in, Mark, play these King's Indian defense positions in his sleep. I'm not even sure it's KID, King's Indian defense. Maybe King's Indian attack is the way that Mark plays it here, especially in this game. How on earth do you defend? I mean, it's crazy. We've got all these pieces on, yet so bishop takes knight, knight takes bishop. Is there anything after that? Knight f4.
What if g5?
I don't want to answer that question. I don't know. I don't know what happens after g5.
Yeah, bishop takes, yeah. This is what they played, and knight takes would be a really quick, fast move, right?
So yeah, he's played that. I assume knight takes is going to come immediately.
So I think it's also actually very difficult to defend against this f3 knight, not only the d3 pawn.
Yeah. Maybe Mark's away from the board having a cigarette, perhaps, or something like that. That's maybe why he's not taking back immediately. But we can assume that knight takes is going to happen. Maybe knight f4 and g5, and then have to hope that there's something here. But h3, but it just doesn't work. You just lose a piece.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, we could see even an early win here, perhaps for Mark Hebden, piling on the pressure against a strong opponent. Donald's can play very well, but yeah, just it's e5. This e4 advance maybe just took him a little bit by surprise back here. Just how quickly Mark took and played e4, and then all of black's pieces are active and very difficult for white to play. And we leave it in this position here after bishop takes knight.
I think why went wrong something like after bishop g4. I think knight f3 doesn't look right.
Yeah, but I guess can he go queen? Well, the problem is his queen can't really go anywhere because knight d4 comes in to hit it.
Yeah, so how about f3?
Yeah, he probably didn't want to do this, did he?
No, it doesn't look good, but
I mean, it needs must though. So Kevin Winter in the chats put, where's Mark Hebden's best games collection? Maybe you can write that one, Kevin. I guess maybe just waiting for somebody to write it. But he's had some classics in the past, very active player. But yeah, f3 is just obviously a concession, isn't it? That things have gone wrong, not takes. And I guess the bishop retreats possibly to f5. And black's just happy that f3 is just a weird move. This knight on e1 is looking really weird here, because he has to c2 at some point. Black's the one going forward. So where did white go wrong then here? Because
before
it looks just too soon, doesn't it? For it to go forward. Okay, well, let's have a look at the other chaser, which is Nigel Davies. We had this interesting. Oh, it happened. Let's just have a look. So this is
C3 was played at some point.
Yeah. So we had this knight d7 move, and then he did castle.
Yeah.
Played knight c5 first, and I guess Nigel was saying, "You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it," and then he did it.
Yeah.
And he gives up the dark squared bishop. Big decision. I guess he kind of expected it. He didn't need any time to take it back. And then queen a5. Bit disappointed that Stephen took 7 minutes over queen a5 there. If you're going to take it, you know what your opponent's going to do. So maybe he's slowed right down here. You can see the current times on the clock of Stephen's down to just over 40 minutes, and Nigel's got over an hour left. It's a big difference. So queen e1, bishop e6, knight b4. So he doesn't want to take that because it'll double the pawns, and then put the rook on where the double pawns are. That makes some sense, but this knight improves. f6. What's going on here with f6? Is that just to give the bishop the f7 square after knight f4?
This is a very common way of defending the structure, and probably according to the games later, Black wants to play rook f7 and then free the c6 knight, and then find a chance to go for knight e5. So probably that's the thing.
Okay, well, Nigel played king h1, and then you saw ahead. Rook f7 did happen, and the c6 knight is free. He defends the b pawn first, though, and then rook d1. And they're starting to burn through some time here. I don't know. How do you think the bishop takes knight? I want to call it a sacrifice, even though it's not necessarily a sacrifice. I don't know if Black maybe saw this position when he did bishop takes knight c3. I feel like White's maybe stabilized the structures for now.
I don't know, but usually if Black sacrifices a bishop, White just try to attack as soon as possible. But now there's no attack on the king side, so I'm not sure.
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe this queen can go forward to trade itself off. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we're an hour and a half in now, show. So these games are about to reach their critical moments. So it's probably about time we have a bit of a break for 10 minutes or so, just to get ready, and then we'll be there for the run-in. It looks like we've got some exciting games, though, in the offing. So if we come back in 10 minutes' time, and we'll continue the coverage of the both sections. Thank you, Lab.
Sure.
Oh, welcome back. So I've just seen a message from Lawrence, who's pointed out that Mark Hebden did indeed win from a nice tactic.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you saw it or not.
I just saw it like knight e3 and then bishop takes d3, queen e2,
Yeah.
rook d2.
This is nice, isn't it? After queen e2, this is the killer move, rook d2.
Yeah.
That's quite beautiful. And the queen is technically trapped, isn't it? And knight takes bishop f3 is coming next move. So, yeah, I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it? How, really, can we really criticize this move b4? Because after takes bishop g4 is just so annoying for white to play f3. And I don't know. I mean, can Donald really go away and go, "Oh, I should have seen that"? I clearly made a massive mistake, and it doesn't feel like b4 here is a big mistake. I don't know if we search in the database, will we find lots of games in this position?
How about e4 at this moment instead of b4 or something like e3?
E3 or e4?
Yeah.
Yeah. That, I mean, it closes down the center, doesn't it, quite nicely? And maybe bishop g4 against e4. There is probably a good exchange that black wants to do.
Yeah, it looks like a structure of Sicilian or like the e4, e5.
Yeah, something like that. Well, unlucky Donalds, but well done to Mark, and that really puts the pressure on. Oh, whoa! Is
already?
What is that serious? What's happened here?
F5 was played rook a5.
So takes knight d4, bishop a6, rook takes a5. Because if he takes on c4, he can take on a8. Okay, so that's what he was thinking about. We completely missed this move, didn't we?
Yeah.
Well, I know I did. You might have seen it. I completely missed it. Rook takes a5.
I didn't miss it because I didn't think in this direction.
f5. What is going on here? Knight b5. Takes. Rook takes. And then he takes on e4. And
the bishop has to go to e2. And probably they think that, okay, it's a pair of bishops of opposite colors. And they just agree a draw.
They agree a draw because after this, the opposite colored bishops here are. I mean, I guess could Andrew have caught up in any way? I don't think he could have done. I'm just going to have a look at the chess results. So he was on. Well, Andrew was one of the chasers on 4.5 points as well. So he had to win.
Yeah.
He had to win. If he'd have won, then he'd have leapfrogged Keith and joined Mark on 5.5 points. So, in this position, though, I still think I favor black here, though, in this position.
Probably because black has a better bishop, and probably black can go for knight 6 and trying to go for knight c5, trading the rook.
I've completely missed that this pawn on b4 is under attack. I'm glad that you pointed out knight a6 because I was going to go to d7 as well. So yeah, I mean, I guess the problem is that holding onto this pawn on b4 is quite awkward, isn't it? After knight a6, the knight kind of has to stay there, otherwise you just lose the pawn.
Yeah, but black can just go for rook b8 in the next move, and then knight a5.
Yeah, I think I would have been tempted to play on there, but I guess when you're playing against the Grandmaster who's more than 100 points higher rated than you, and you're playing black, then you have to be have some sort of reach. So that's really interesting. So I wonder what their tie breaks will be then. So if he's just drawn with Andrew, how does that change the tie breaks? I'm fascinated if that result is in. So what's going on, and so that really puts the pressure on Nigel, I guess, to what happens in this game. But I don't think Nigel's going to be able to join up with them because he lost to Keith.
Yeah.
So I think his tie break should surely be a bit worse than the other two. So maybe we can get some confirmation from the I want to say head office, the organisers back there, who would win between Mark and Keith if it went to tiebreak. or not. I might even send them a text message in a second. But okay, it looks like that this is being wrapped up pretty quickly. A few more results are in. We saw a lot of these things. But let's flick over to the over 65, see what's going on here, because this game has progressed quite significantly since we last left it, which was after H6 and then E3 between Chris Baker and Roger Coverley. And okay, we had quite a lot of stuff went happen. So this got critical pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah.
Once the C6 got played, and then after 4 minutes of thinking, he went, okay, Bishop A3, and then he went to C5 to block the bishop out. Obviously, C pawn twice is a bit unusual. And the knight came in, and then he did chuck in E4. I went back to E1, not D2. And then typical King's Indian stuff, get the knight out of the way. And ouch, did he mean to allow knight D6 here?
Yep.
What? Knight D6? Hang on. Can we take on C5 afterwards?
Yeah. So probably black missed something.
Well, he went bishop G4 here.
Yeah.
Which is very crazy. So he takes here, and he doesn't take on D1 because he can take F6 with check. He just takes back. So Roger sacrificed the exchange. And then after queen takes E4, so Chris didn't even bother to save his rook on D1. He just said, I'll take this pawn, and then I'll take this rook on A1. And white's just a pawn up.
A pawn up, yeah.
But attacking 2 pawns at once. So knight D6 was forced. Bishop D5, rook C8, and knight D3, B6, and bishop B2. So the position is stabilized, but Chris has managed to turn out a pawn up with the bishop pair as well.
Yeah, so white looks winning. Bishop pair is very strong in this kind of position.
Yeah. So how did that happen again? How did that happen? I've completely missed how he lost the pawn. So basically, this was the forcing variation, wasn't it? So he played knight F8, and the problem was that after just takes knight D6, if he goes rook D8 here, I assume bishop takes C5 would just be quite a good move.
Yeah.
Or maybe even after rook D8, maybe just knight takes E4.
Also possible.
So he's just losing a pawn here. So was this it? Could he have stopped that?
It's very hard because it doesn't look right for black. I think black play something wrong.
Yeah. Maybe this C5 move is maybe
probably C6 move, because C5 I can't see how can black prevent the threat. After bishop A3.
There's a lot of pressure on that D6 pawn, isn't there? So he's kind of forced to do this. And can he get away with A6? Oh no, knight C7. Oh.
Yeah, that's the thing.
simple threats, and basically he did that to prevent knight C7, and then this just. And here, one of the key things, if you're thinking about how to play chess, is here he wins the exchange, and rather than moving the rook on D1, well, the rook on A1 is also under attack.
That's why.
So he's losing it back anyway, but he just goes to swap off the queens and getting into an endgame where he's just a pawn up. And this is bishop E6, knight F4. This is looking, I want to say, a slam dunk for Chris. He's even coming into that F6 square as well.
Yeah.
And eventually it's going to take him a bit of work. He's going to have to play his F pawn and E pawn forward. But it's definitely going in the right direction for him. And I'm pretty sure Chris will be very comfortable at trying to win this. In fact, that's looking really bad, actually. That if that knight gets to D5,
yeah,
it's not even the extra pawn. There's also lots of horrible checks coming in. Just imagine this. Imagine if you did bishop takes bishop here, knight takes bishop. Not only are you threatening knight e7 check, you're also threatening knight f6 and then a million discoveries. Oh, okay. Well, this game is looking like it's going to be a win for Chris. So can Paul match up on? Because Paul Littlewood's on the same points and this is the current position. We left it in around about this area after h6, rook e1.
Yeah.
Bishop takes bishop e4 is where we left it in queen c1. And then Paul Littlewood opted for d5. Was not on my radar d5, but I guess it makes some sense preventing white's e4 break. Or
yeah, actually, this is an interesting idea because usually why would be happy if the bishop is on f4, but now the bishop is on c3. So it is not the right square, I'll say, with bishop.
Yeah.
So it's not so good for white.
I identified this diagonal as being really quite good for white if he can open it up, but with the pawn on d5 now, he's got no chance. And so maybe d5 is a really good move. And then after knight d2, swaps bishops. And now he plays c5, which I'm a little surprised at.
Yes, but I'm not sure whether it's good because it just kind of free the bishop, and as we're playing this game, then the position is kind of opened.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was going to go for some sort of, controlling that bishop on c3 kind of position. But then again, I guess the question is, if he doesn't go c5, he's got to win this game. What else does he do? Like, even long term?
Yeah, it's hard. I would say probably queen c8, queen b7.
yeah, you do like that queen b7 idea, which is quite nice. But because he can't really play e5 even long term, knight f3 is going to come back, isn't it? And so maybe he has to do this. And after takes, he takes back with the pawn. And then white plays e4, which is really opening up the position now.
Yeah.
So that dark square bishop is going to get some action. He goes rook c8, so the queen on c1 is x-rayed. So it shuffles to the side, and he goes rook e8 to activate all of his pieces now. What is going on here?
Okay. D takes c5. I think black is quite risky because black doesn't have the bishop.
Yeah, so I'm guessing he's going to recapture with the pawn here is what I was thinking, but maybe knight takes is also okay.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know where.
I was wondering, is that in previous move, black has a chance to block the position. So, I mean, instead of rook e8, is it possible for black to play something like c4? And if e takes d5, then knight takes, then I would say the position is quite good for black.
Yeah, I quite like this because you can take the bishop at any time, can't you? But you can also trick your b pawn forward.
Yeah.
It's a nice suggestion. I mean, he probably wouldn't take on d5 there, I should imagine.
Yeah, but I mean, black's pawn on queen side now is very powerful, and the center is closed, so the bishop, the c3 bishop, will no longer be that powerful.
Yeah, I'm not so sure what you're doing against e5.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this. So, not 90 somewhere, 90 h7.
I really want to play queen f5.
What if g6?
I'll move my queen back somewhere probably.
Or just push f. Oh, yeah, come. Yeah, queen f5, b5, then white has bishop a5. So I just go for g6 first, then I go for b5.
G6, queen g4, are you going to go h5?
Yeah, h5, and then b5.
And then queen f3.
Oh, I didn't see queen f3. Can I still go for b5 after queen f3? Because if you take, I will just capture the bishop.
So if b5, queen takes d5, b4,
Mm-hmm.
knight takes c4.
Taking the bishop.
And then b takes.
Queen. You're crazy.
I'm trying to make it work. I mean, my knight's coming into d6. I mean, it might cost me a pawn, though. If you go queen c7, then knight d6.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all with you playing G6 and H5 as well. So, I've even got E6 as well possibilities.
Yeah, I'm thinking about E6 for right now. So I'm thinking about, is that black plays rook E8 in order to prevent E6? But now, why just take the D pawn?
Yeah, so we played rook E8 straight away. So maybe after C4, E5, knight here. I mean, I wanted queen here. I didn't really want queen here necessarily for the B5, bishop takes A5 tactic. I was more just putting it here so that when E6 came, I could take with the queen with check and also attack D5.
Yeah.
But yeah, this, I don't know. I think white's got, I mean, even if G6, maybe even just the queen goes back, and if B5, maybe E6 comes in, and it's causing quite a lot of problems, perhaps. So, white's looking pretty active there. But I mean, I agree with you. I think that if black was able to organize this C4 move with some control, I mean, I was actually thinking, I don't know why, but for some reason I was looking at knight E8 here rather than knight H7, but maybe that's just even worse. Because maybe then the knight could go to C7 though afterwards.
Yeah, that's right.
Guards D5, guards E6, and also maybe even France could come into B5 in some lines, but that might be a bit better. But I guess if you were playing black here, you might get a little scared on the king side. If your knight ends up over here and you've got no pieces on the king side at all. But yeah, this bishop is very slow, isn't it, to get to a good diagonal?
Yeah, that's why I prefer to block the center for black, and then the bishop will be just completely not so useful.
Yeah, okay. He didn't go for that though. He went for rook e8, and white took immediately, and he's taken back with the knight. And that bishop is definitely looking a lot more lively than you'd want it to be.
Yeah.
Surprised by knight takes, or?
Yeah, is it possible for white not to take this f6 knight and then just win the d5 pawn?
Is it that simple?
Probably not, but can be an option.
So maybe just after take on f6, queen takes. If you take on d5, we swap rooks and then play queen d4.
Yeah.
And then we're attacking the knight on d2 at the same time as the pawn on d5.
Yeah, that's possible. Actually, can white play e5 at this moment?
e5, because the d4 is pinned.
Yeah.
So e5, I'm guessing knight fd7?
And knight f3, something like that.
Yeah. White's pieces seem to be going in the right direction anyway. Could we get away with knight e4 then?
Really? How about knight takes? And I have rook takes e4,
right? No, I mean, after e5, knight fd7, knight f3.
Oh.
Knight e4, or is the d5 pawn hanging? But we
can I still take the e4 knight and I just play?
You're exchange sacking.
Yeah, yeah. Because I really like this kind of exchange.
So knight fd7 looks relatively forced here. Knight f3 makes a lot of sense. And okay, the d5 pawn's on pre here, which is obviously not good.
So I'll say knight e4 to simply take d5 pawn, right? And
the c3 bishop is also under attack, and you win your pawn back, but maybe there's some pin on the d7 knight that might just beat you. Yeah, okay, so maybe you can just take here. And does that just lose?
I don't know. Rook takes. I'm not sure about rook d1 because is that black can go for queen a8?
Yeah, just looking at that. Queen D1 maybe, or Queen B5?
Yeah, Queen B5 looks good. Queen B5?
You're looking
Yeah,
at Rook C5 now.
Rook C5. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Complicated.
Rook C5 is complicated.
Yeah.
Queen D7, Rook takes Rook D5.
Let's say just simply go for Queen D1.
Yeah, that's maybe a little easier, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I guess Rook C7, and you're not quick to double up.
Yeah, and probably Queen D4, something like that, and try to double my rook.
Yeah, might be a
Mm-hmm.
way to go about it. So but the problem is you're not quick enough here, though. Queen C8.
Yeah, probably. And the why just play for positional advantage? Is that possible?
I mean, we also wanted to look at this one as well. Rook
Yeah,
takes knight
I
e4.
really like this kind of sacrifice, and I always play that in my game. So, but sometimes it doesn't really work well for me.
Well, it's good to know that you play that. You still got this pill on the D7 knight that's a little uncomfortable, but
Yeah.
I'm not so sure you've got enough here. The bishop's good if we can get rid of the E5 pawn, but you also don't want to get rid of the E5 pawn either at the same time, because it's still an extra pawn, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, why does threatening Queen D4 and then knight D4, knight F5 probably? I mean, it's hard for black to defend because I mean, this kind of endgame, I would prefer bishop rather than a rook actually.
Really?
Yeah, because really
So if we just went something like Queen C7 here, is this so bad? Does E6 work here?
E6?
No, it doesn't. E6 just rook takes E6.
Yeah, and Queen G4 actually knight can take on E5 and then wait, how about Queen G4? Because you can't go for knight E5, your C8 rook is hanging.
Ah, very nice. So Queen G4 straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that move. Because I was trying to make Queen D4 work in that other line, but Knight F6 is also possible.
Mm-hmm.
And my point was, if you go slow with Queen D4 straight away, then Knight C5 and then Knight E6 covers everything. But Queen G4 now is nice. You can't take on E5. E6 is coming next move, so you have to pretty much play Rook E6.
Mm-hmm. And how about Rook E6?
Oh, you're really going in. That C8 rook hangs in so many variations here.
Yeah.
I mean, he has to keep the rook there, doesn't he, and go rook E8. Or has to keep some protection on that. I mean, if Knight D4 so bad.
Yeah, knight D4 can.
You can take on D6 then, can you?
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could claim that after like Knight D4, Rook takes D6, Queen takes D6, you can go Queen takes G7 check and Knight F5 check and take on D6. But I'm not so sure your bishop and pawn will be up to the task of containing the rook, even though black's kingside pawn structure is a bit weird.
Not really.
Does white have to do anything here in this position?
Wait, how about Rook D7? Sacrifice another rook and then go
for just give it all away.
Just a possibility. I'm just thinking. Probably doesn't really work because I'm thinking about knight D4 now. Yeah, knight D4. But black always have some moves like Queen D5 or something.
Yeah, the queen got the check, hasn't it, on this dial? If that check didn't exist, that'd be quite nice.
Yeah, that's the thing. That a check is very annoying. Otherwise, white has a great chance.
I mean, does white have to rush here? Maybe white can just get out of the check and go King H2.
But now the C8 rook is no longer hanging, so
you take on E5, do you?
Yeah, I can take on E5 instead of.
Oh, we take on H6 at the end of that.
Yeah, I saw that. So I mean, after rook at h6, this position I'm not sure because white is just a pawn up, but the white doesn't get any. I mean, white doesn't have any other threats.
Yeah.
But black's rook becomes very active.
Yeah, so maybe there's. I mean, I like this stuff. I mean, rook d6 is a good move, but not forced either, is it? I mean, there's all sorts of things like. I mean, could you even consider? No, you can't play knight h4 here. You can just take on e5, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Which is annoying. Could we consider? I do like this queen g4 idea, though. I want it to work. Rooting for it.
Oh, how about? Yeah, I mean, e5 pawn's a problem. You need to just protect it. So that's the thing.
We had some moves though, maybe. So here e5 was
Knight
played.
7 played.
The knight h7.
Oh, I really don't like it. I mean, the knight is so awkward now.
Well, white's got two pawn moves of f4 and h4 that keeps that knight out. But maybe the knight's going back to f8 actually, and then if it gets to that e6 square, it's actually quite useful.
Yeah, but also, why can't we just begin to attack the d5 pawn?
Yeah, but I guess that's the drawback of putting the knight on d7 was that the d5 pawn was hanging in a lot of lines, wasn't it? So, but also now knight e4 is not possible because of the pin on the queen.
Yeah.
So maybe what f4 here or h4?
Well, f4 looks to be really risky because black can go for queen c7 and then after knight goes away, black can go for knight e4 and then your king will be kind of in danger.
Yeah. So what, h4 then instead?
I mean, black is just going to go for queen c7 and get rid of the pain and go for knight e4 next move.
Okay, so maybe trapping this knight on h7 maybe isn't the critical line. Maybe putting pressure immediately on the d5 pawn is.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that.
Is where you want to go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so knight c4 is played.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're trying to keep up with the moves here. It is a really nice position. Knight c4. Yeah. I did not even look at this one. Is the idea to go knight e3? Or, knight d6, of course.
Knight d6, yeah. Actually, previously I was thinking about knight e4, but knight takes, rook takes, and just position is better. But I forgot about my idea previously, and I also forgot knight c4 can be also played.
You just want to do a rook lift again, don't you? That's where you want to go.
Yeah,
but after knight e4, though, knight takes, rook takes. Can we just take the rook?
Then rook takes queen, then take the pawn back. At least white is kind of pawn up, and two rooks. I'm not sure whether they are useful enough because one has a bishop. So
yeah, the bishop blocks, the knight goes back to f8 and into e6, and maybe it's an interesting. But knight c4, nice move, Ian. And now big threat on d6. Knight e3, is that also a threat?
Probably.
Because he can't advance that pawn, and black's knight on h7 is needed to come, been pushed away, and while it's away, Ian Snape's pieces will play. So what happens next? So knight d6 actually threatens to win the d5 pawn as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So this is very uncomfortable for Paul. I mean, I'm immediately actually looking at pawn takes knight, which can't work, surely. But what else does he do?
I think probably black is in trouble.
knight b7.
And still knight e3.
Rook c5.
Wow.
I'm not convinced by it.
Queen d3. I just want to get your d5 on.
Yeah, it's just been rounded up, isn't it? And the knight on b7 is not very good.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like maybe there could even be some exchange sack coming here, perhaps.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know. I mean, how you could even organize that to be. I think this d pawn is just doomed. Like if you try and hold on to it, like try and prevent knight d6, then knight e3 comes. We try and hold on to the pawn. I thought bishop d4 might also be an option here, but maybe the rook just goes back. But yeah, just your very simple move of queen d3. So we're going to do knight takes d5 next go. What are you going to do about it? And the answer is not very much.
Yeah.
Not very much at all. Yeah, Paul is, wow, in a lot of trouble here. And time's ticking down as well. We're getting to that kind of 30-minute mark. At what point do you start to feel time pressure creeping up on you?
Maybe 30 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah. It's something similar to me. And I mean, I even look at it at 40 minutes thinking, 40 minutes is close to 30 minutes. 30 minutes is close to 20 minutes. And, some clocks count down from seconds under 20 minutes, don't they? And that's when you know that you're in time pressure then at some point.
Also depends. I mean, depends on whether there's increments in the after 40 moves.
Yeah, of course, and how long you're into it as well. But here they've got no added time, and I can imagine Paul spending 15 minutes here sometimes trying to think of a good move. He's already spent nearly 5 minutes on this move now, and if he spends another 5 minutes, gets below 30, this position becomes really difficult. But we did see him yesterday, didn't we, against Kevin Bowman, where he was 1 or 2 pawns down in that rook and bishop endgame, finding a way to hold it. But the thing is, he needs to win. Chris Baker was looking like he was winning, wasn't he? Or had he won? No, he's looking like he was winning.
Mm-hmm.
So G5 happened, and he happily took the 2 bishops.
Yeah, then it's bishop pair against knight pair, so looks to be really winning for white.
Yeah, I mean, okay, black's got some chances maybe if he can try and put like the knights on connected squares in the center of the board, but you'd back Chris to win this game. It might take him quite a few moves to start pushing those pawns forward, but it's almost like in about 5 to 10 moves time, these types of positions tend to start to look more winning than what they do at the moment. Like when he finally gets f4 in, maybe an e4 and e5. Perhaps that's going to be quite good. So the critical one is this game at the moment, and we'll see what Paul's got in locker here, because I'm struggling to find anything. I think you're struggling to find anything good for black here as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is not looking too good. Let's just flick over just back to the over 50s. And has this finished? Is this game over?
Yeah, they're a draw.
So rook d1, so knight a4 happens, queen b3.
Actually, it's a draw by repetition.
Yeah, so he goes back to b2, and then we get this repetition here. So this sack on c3. Well, this bishop takes knight c3. It wasn't a sack; it was an exchange for your dark square bishop. Seemed to work out well for Stephen, and Nigel has fallen short by half a point. But I'm pretty sure he'll look back to his game against Keith, which he lost as probably the turning point there. And he's been held to a draw there by Stephen Dishman, which means that we'll get confirmation here, because Mark Hebden has caught up with Keith Arkle at the top to see who's got the bit of tie break, to see who has become the over 65 champion. And just switching through, so we still have this game did go quite far down, so we've missed a lot of moves in this game as well, but it's not really going to decide the championship matches. And there's a few other games as well as this games start to come in. Peter Wells against Nigel Aldrit is looking pretty crazy. It's looking like an exciting game. Wow. But really, we should probably stick with the 2 and the 65s at the moment, because these 2 games are going to decide the titles. I'm just going to send a message to see Sorry, over 50s for Keith Swan. Yeah. Send a message to see who's actually been the.
So it's already decided because other players hasn't finished their tournament, so is it possible the
Yeah.
change?
Yeah, so I've just got a text from Nigel just to make sure on the tiebreak thing there. So they're going to have to wait for everything to finish. So there's going to be a prize giving and the presentation between 3 and 4 o'clock tonight, and they need about 20 minutes to check what the tiebreak actually is. If there are any experts in there in the chat watching who know good things about tiebreaks, maybe they can hint us over to what's actually going on there. But at the moment, we're trying to see. So Chris Baker should be massively up here against Roger. But what is Paul going to do here? Because this could be the title being decided right now.
Yeah.
Over 65 section. Any other solutions we can figure out or ways to play for black? Come on, Lawrence, you're in the chat. You can suggest something for Paul to play here.
Black has stopped for 8 minutes, and I can't see anything. And why only use 1 minute to come up with knight c4 move?
Yeah, it was obviously pre-planned, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Saw it much faster than we did. We were looking at maybe more aggressive intentions, though, perhaps.
Yeah, the thing is that I kind of saw knight e4 as an option before, but I forgot knight c4. So
well, I guess we were also looking at this knight going back to d7, just
yeah,
so
we don't look at this.
d4 wasn't pinned then, was it? So therefore, knight c4, knight e4 wasn't on offer. But now, knight c4. I don't know. Paul has been the long-time leader. I think because when he drew Chris Baker in round 4, he was the outright leader going into the first 5 rounds. And his draw last night actually allowed Chris to catch up. And Chris Baker, who he was actually, when I played in the Glorney Cup for Wales, Chris Baker was the coach one time. And I think I was one of the youngest members of the squad. And we were playing football, and I was pretty sure I nutmegged him. So one of my favourite moments from the Glorney Cup, actually. He won't like people saying that, which is good. But he's probably going to be quite happy looking at both boards at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So is Black maybe going to have to play something like Rook c6 and just allow the pawn to go?
Okay.
I'm trying to drum up something with knight g5 and queen d7 as well, but I just doesn't seem to.
Mm-hmm. So let's try knight g5 and knight d6, right? And queen d7.
Was knight d6 forced? I guess the problem with something like f4 is knight g4 was going to be quite active, wasn't it?
That's the thing. So I think you need to go for knight d6 and g4 here.
We keep going.
Let's take one. Let's take one with rooks. Is that?
I assume it will be the c8 rook you want to take.
Wait, how about queen f5? I mean h5.
F5. Ah, yes, that will neutralize some play. Yeah, if you've got queen f5 here, that's just no good, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm dreaming. Yeah, I'm dreaming of something that just doesn't. You can't even go knight e4 here. You just knight takes knight.
Yeah.
I have no idea what Paul's got against this move, and he's currently on 12 minutes at this moment in time, and I can't even generate it doesn't even feel like there's any point to rook e6. I mean, apart from knight e3 maybe still being good, but even if we go knight here and then just trying to put the rook on g6 or something. It doesn't even threaten anything, does it? It's a big problem for him. So I'm not too sure what's going on here. Oh, hang on, we've got a move. He's gone knight b7. Just played.
Okay, but I think it's just too passive. So
Yeah.
there'll be no chance of counter-attacking on the king side for black anymore. So I can just simply go for knight 3, right? We just talked about that, and queen d3 after that.
Yeah, if rook c5, that is, isn't it? But I guess maybe he just made the assumption that I can't allow knight d6. Maybe I just have to allow the d5 pawn to be taken.
But that would be horrible, because the thing is, if you got the bishop and you're in this kind of position and you're an extra pawn up, then it will be winning for me.
Yeah, definitely. So it's at least winning for Ian Snake. But even if he goes wrong, he's got a draw in the back pocket, hasn't he? So so it's looking very unlikely that Paul will win this game at this point. Anyway, there's still he's probably not going to give up, I should imagine, and going to keep playing on until he exhausts every opportunity. But knight e3 has not been played yet, but I assume that that's going to get played very soon. But he is starting to approach some time trouble though. So maybe this is the only thing that Paul can count on here, because he's down to 22 minutes at this point. Hang on a minute. Did we miss knight b7 for ages? Have we been talking? Is that move time correct for Ian?
This move?
It's saying he's got his move times over 10 minutes.
Oh.
What? Knight e3 here looks forced, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know, but I didn't notice the time. Like,
what? Did knight b7 happen 10 minutes ago? What? How did... Why is he...
Knight 3 is played. Well, but it only shows like 2 minutes, so probably
maybe
wrong. Oh, look, the move time is wrong here. Like,
yeah. Right, yeah. I thought that Ian was down on time there, so the clocks were glitching. Okay, we'll have to watch out for that in future. So Paul's the one that's in time trouble and in a worse position. It's not looking good for him at this moment in time. So where do we agree that he should have done something differently then? I think it was your idea of playing c4, wasn't it? Maybe just at this point here.
Center, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't want to allow this bishop out, and maybe after e5, White's still got some play on the king side, but there was maybe something for you on the queen side to play with, perhaps. But instead, the opening up of this bishop and then knight h7, even though it's temporarily out of action, it was too quick, and now knight e3 is played. He's gone for rook c5 immediately without much thoughts. So this is his plan, but we just think queen d3 here, right? And
yeah,
queen d3 we think is going to be a clean pawn up for White, and that could be deciding the title here. Let's have a check up on Chris's game, because this is where we're up to at this moment.
Oh, but this is so winning. I mean, another pawn will go, and
this bishop on e5 is under attack, so it's not.
Oh, yeah, I didn't notice that.
Rook e8, I guess, is the only move.
Is rook d8 possible?
Maybe. I guess he exchanges rooks.
Rook d8 doesn't work, because after rook takes, if knight takes, I'll take the a6 pawn. If king takes, I'll play bishop f6, then taking your a6 pawn.
Yeah. You could go wrong there, though. You could go wrong with bishop g7.
Yeah.
Allowing knight d7, and then if you take on a6, we've got e5, and maybe the king comes over somehow and wins the bishop on g7. It would be pretty unfortunate. But yeah, bishop f6 check. Just although actually, bishop f6 check, king d7, bishop takes a6, e5. You're in a little bit of danger of that bishop being trapped in, or is that just nonsense? Is something like f4 just going to break it out?
Yeah, probably f4.
I don't believe that we're actually really trapping in that bishop. Maybe that's a bit too much. Okay, well, that's yeah. I mean, and even if rook e8, then maybe just the bishop on e5 can just move to c7 then. And if that bishop gets to c7, then that really is going to be game over, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't see anything there. This could even be over very, very soon. That could be okay. Well, good time then to check through some of the other games that are still going. Just have a look around. So that game's still going on. So Kevin Bomer against Mark
And
Page.
I5 play, so
yeah, of course, your move.
Queen C6 is what I
Oh,
said.
we looked at this, and then he took on E7. Knight takes.
Oh, actually, as I said, just play positionally, like sacrificing a pawn and just play on.
For the bishop pair in an open position, and then Black took on F4. He took 20 minutes over this move. He takes F4. That's a surprising move, I think, because the D6 pawn is very weak now, but he doesn't care about getting his king castled. He just goes straight for knight E5, and that was his plan, to block that diagonal. Mark, you're a braver person than me. I'd be wanting to give back material just to get castled here, but what is going on here? Mark putting on the show.
Yeah, Black just has a really good knight in the center, and I mean, whether White should go for bishop E4 now, or White should just go for king B1 and double the rook and get the pawn back.
Yeah, because bishop E4, are we playing rook C8 there, and then
Yeah.
knight D5 is still a threat?
Mm-hmm.
So if you get, whereas your king B1 move probably is just quite simple, isn't it? And then take back on D3 with the rook, and then try and win D6, and then you'll probably actually end up winning the A and B pawns as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice positional chess. Good suggestion as well. Yeah, okay, so that's quite an interesting game. We'll see how that one develops. It's starting to reach some critical times. Ivan and Paul have played a lot of moves. We'll skip right to the end. This is where we got to.
Well, I think the thing is White was better, but then it becomes this position. Because this opening, I think Black plays strangely. And
oh yeah, so we went for F4
yeah,
here.
I suggest D5 first, but
yeah.
F4 I'm not sure, because F5 is a very powerful thing and a good idea. So
yeah, and the light squares now are pretty open.
And
I
mean, by playing like this, White just creates a very bad bishop, like the dark square bishop.
Yeah,
so I have no idea why White plays like this.
Well, I mean, I sometimes do this when I commentate on games and say, why on earth would they do that? And then I go through my own games and realize that I'm doing it all the time. So it's one of these. It's so much easier to look in, isn't it? And say, oh, why did you do that? That looks silly. And then you look at your own games and go, why did I do that? I look silly. It makes no sense at all. B4. So this dark square bishop is really trapped in now, isn't it? Paul's unconventional players has led to this crazy position here after Queen B8, and I guess the bishop can kind of claim that it's kind of outside if it gets to H4, but it's looking like a bit of a stalemate though in this position.
Also, it's quite equal, probably. It's hard for both sides to find the chance.
Maybe Black can try something like, well, he doesn't really want to play D6 because it gives the white rook the C6 square, doesn't it? Can't really do too much. I guess the other problem is if he ever plays knight A6, maybe there's a sack on D5 there. So maybe these knights are a little stuck as well, but it's hard to see how White's going to make progress. Maybe there's some sort of H3, G4 slow thing going on, but it feels like that's going to take a lot of preparation.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, let's skip through. So Bob Clark against Chris Shepherd. Oh, this was so your B4 idea was quite nice, followed by F5. Got a lot of these predictions correct so far. Did this knight come into D4 and then go back to C6?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Well, B3, like the queen side now is completely blocked. It's very interesting. I haven't encountered such a pawn structure for years, I think.
Yeah, it's very strange, isn't it? But a lot of pieces kept on the board, and you finally get this kind of double pawn on the d file. Is it good? Is it bad? And then here, Chris repurposes his knight with knight g8, and that's what he's looking at doing now, bringing that knight back to f6, I should imagine.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you don't quite like the bishop pair in this position, though.
Not really, because I think if black trades the dark square bishop, then it's a typical position of a good knight against bad bishop. I would say this bishop for white, I mean, this light square bishop, it's like Sicilian bishop. I mean, also actually similar to the game of one of the games of yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
E3, I was thinking about e4, like whether it's likely to play e4 just to try to open the position. But
you want to activate this bishop, don't you? Maybe on this diagonal.
Yeah, so that's why I would suggest e4. I was thinking about it, and then e3 was played.
Yeah. I'm guessing maybe in some ways he's just thinking that you know, for example, if the dark square bishops get traded here, this knight's going to sit on f6 attacking this pawn, and this bishop's going to sit on g2 defending this pawn, and nothing's really going to happen. I guess maybe this queen can come to f7 to attack the d5 pawn. So for example, he takes here, if he's just played e3, there's a good chance here that he could recapture this way.
Yeah.
And then after this capture here, and I'm assuming, well, I don't know how we recapture there, but I'm just going to do this one for the sake of argument. Knight f6 and queen f7 is a serious threat here.
Yeah.
If you put your queen to c2 and then c4 just to defend d5, it feels like white's pieces are quite tied down in this position.
Yeah, that's true. And black just double the rook on e file, and while be in trouble.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe queen takes is maybe better then, so that you can play rook e1 to try and swap off a pair of rooks. But
how about rook e3?
Yeah, this is starting to look a little. I mean, maybe he doesn't have to take with the e pawn, but if he takes with the g pawn, why play e3? Is another question. Because you can't do bishop takes g7 here, because if we take on I'm taking g3 check as well, so taking e3 is also good. But why play e3 if you're not going to take that way? So I think you're me with v4. I definitely prefer going this way. Just even if it's the pawn that comes to e4 or bishop comes to e4, because it at least opens up a weakness on the g6 square, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For white to actually try and get some counterplay on. But yeah, I think Bob might be. He takes f4 has been played. So I'm assuming he's going to take back with the e pawn if he just played e3, but maybe he's realizing it's not as good now. I think Bob could be in a bit of trouble here. Okay, let's see who else is playing. Probably quite a lot of people. David Bray versus Jeffrey Moore. Okay, this is looking very blocked up. Do you like white's bishop on h2?
Not really.
No, it's what opening was this? Aaron, what? Let's just play through this. This is a King's Indian. How did the bishop get to h2? Okay. So it's the Glugerich variation. h5 here. Is that normal? I know the knight goes back to h6, but...
Probably. I've seen similar things.
Yeah.
Just try to block the bishop.
I think white feels like they've got an advantage here, but definitely not in the end position. You maybe missed something around here where it was a tactic, or...
Really?
I feel like there's a tactic here somewhere, but maybe I'm just wrong.
I can't see any tactics here. I mean, knight e4 doesn't work because knight can take, and the queen is protected. So
spoiling my fun. Knight f7. I mean, all these moves look sensible, but if you're just going to get pushed back and your bishop on h4 becomes terrible, then then maybe black's play is just really good. But
yeah, that's terrible for white, I think.
Yeah, I mean, again, Black was toying with his opponent there and repurposes his bishop d7, bishop e8, while White does some stuff on the queen side. But this bishop on h2 looks horrible, and this bishop has done a brilliant job of coming from c8 all the way around to h5 and to actually play a part, and then I guess g4, and then he says, okay, I'll play my bishop back to here, and your bishop on h2 is only going to see the light of day if you move your king, move your f-pawn, and play bishop g1, which is not very nice at all. So let's go swapping off all these pieces. And it's going to take ages to get that h2 bishop in. But is he going to be quick enough in Black's attack?
So actually, how can Black attack now?
Well, I'm going to play b6, I think, at some point. Maybe even next move, b6.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard for the h2 bishop to go out because I see like something like king h1, bishop g1, knight somewhere, and f3. But probably White doesn't have time to do that because Black can just play knight f4, and that's a good square.
So I think next move for Black's probably bishop f7, actually.
Yeah.
And then that might force your queen to move and then b6.
Mm-hmm.
But I think maybe White would seriously consider here, because of the pressure, something like bishop or knight takes e5.
Yeah.
Probably bishop takes, but that would almost certainly be losing if it was now. But it would still create some practical problems for Black.
Yeah.
Let's suppose what you wanted king h1, not king f1.
Even probably king f1 is better. But I mean, after king f1, then bishop g1, then after knight f4, the h3 pawn will be.
Yeah, so maybe you needed king h1 to put the king on h2.
It's really a struggle for a while, I would say.
Yeah, wow. This is some good play by Geoffrey Moore here with this King's Indian setup. And I have to look at that h5 move myself. That's seeing. I swear there's something. White shouldn't be forced into this kind of situation here. But yeah, David's got a lot of a big problem to fix here with 15 minutes on the clock. Okay, let's see who else is playing. So this game is over. Paul Hutchinson has beaten Richard McAnally. Just catch it around this point, maybe. So it looked like it was quite a crazy game, actually. Okay, this looks quite exciting. How did this develop? Okay, a London system, obviously. Interesting.
Oh, I don't think knight h5 is a good idea because yesterday we've seen the same game of knight h5 idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if Black wants to play for draw, just go for bishop d6, trading the bishop. If Black wants to go for a win, then just don't go for e6, d5. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, you don't like blocking in this bishop as well, do you? Well, okay, well, Black had some activity here because of this. So it's almost like an exchange Slav setup now.
Yeah.
G5, yes. That's all I want to see. Rook F6, E4. He takes it and moves his king across. Richard, I think that you've been a bit unlucky here. You played some enterprising chess at that point. But who's attacking who? E5 now. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Wow. He's lost here, is he?
Yeah, I think Black is winning at some point, but
yeah, his king's very open though, isn't it? Which is making it.
I think finally Black blundered something, so that's what happened.
Knight takes here.
Yeah, because then can win the bishop.
So how is Black losing this?
So Black blunders something. Rook f8, blunder.
Oh, that's horrible. can't stop the mate on h7.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So back here, could he have done anything about that?
I mean, before queen b4, I think. Wait, so the d4 pawn is hanging. So how about queen e4? Because I want my pieces to be active.
Yeah.
I don't care about the pawn.
Yeah, I like queen e4. I also not so sure that he needs to take the knight on d3 too soon as well.
Probably, but the knight can jump to e5, right? If you don't take immediately.
Yeah, but if we start with queen e4.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that, and then knight to e5.
And then if we go d3.
So is queen h5 possible?
Ah, you're starting to check. Okay, this is the black king being so exposed, isn't it? Well, I've got no checks. Have you got a meeting of that attack though with your queen?
Is it black doesn't white don't have any check? I mean, queen a doesn't work.
So I'll just go d2.
Yeah, d2, and that's winning.
My bishop on b5 actually does a great job of covering e8. I was actually thinking maybe you could go queen c1.
Probably.
You attack e3 at the same time, so I guess I.
How about is bishop c? Oh no, you're attacking e3. Yeah. d2.
Yeah, d2, queen c8, and then I'm guessing king g7.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, queen g4 is possible.
Yeah, probably. Queen e4. What if rook d6?
Yeah, just seeing that the rook on e1 is just too loose, isn't it? So queen c7 then, but just king h6. Oh no,
Yeah.
knight g4 check then is.
And king g6 or knight.
You haven't got 95 queen takes knight.
Yeah, take knight
because the rook on e1's on pre. Yeah, well, okay. I mean, I think maybe he just. Yeah, I also like your queen e4 move here, by the way. That's quite nice too. That's so. That's just the problem, isn't it? When you have such an exposed king, you can have as many pawns as you want. Very unlucky there, Richards. Yeah. But well played, Paul, for keeping yourself in it.
Wait, so why not king rook f7 instead of rook f8? Is that possible in this game? I mean,
let's have a look. Rook f7.
Because I just want to keep my king in the 7th rank rather than the 8th rank. And the king seems to be safe, and in the same time, white doesn't have anything currently.
Yeah, this looks. I mean, the problem is your pawns aren't moving at the moment, so there's still some sort of. I feel like there's some sort of chances, but maybe it's just nothing. If the king's just hiding on g7, I mean, it's one of those weird kind of ideas that you're actually threatening queen d2 here.
Yeah, that's true. So that's why I just make the king safe first of all, and
then just win it with the a and b pawns.
Yeah.
Going forward. Yeah. Oh, unlucky Richards. Just one move with the rook, and then it was game over.
Yeah.
Wow. That's why we love this game, because it's brutal. You can play well all game, and then one mistake. What's going on here? David Tucker against Norman Hutchinson. There's a king on g2.
Yeah.
How did that king even get to g2? Clearly, somehow. The pawns must have moved after it, surely. I think Norman's putting a lot of pressure on David here, isn't he? It's looking like Black's going to force a win somehow at some point. Michael Stokes against John Bagley. Michael Stokes is starting to approach some time trouble, but his position looks okay, doesn't it? As white here is a pawn up.
Yeah.
Threatening to swap queens off, pawn up. Black's king looks like it's going to take a long time to try and escape. So there's any endgame. Just have a look just in case there's any results at the top. And that endgame's going forwards. And he's not quite won the pawn there, so we might flick back to the top 2 games in the second. But yeah, this one's looking pretty good for Michael, but you might have a lot of hard work trying to convert it. And John's got plenty of time think about it, whether he wants to exchange queens or not, or whether he wants to keep the queens on somehow. Maybe, for example, if he plays queen a3 here, how does white proceed?
I mean, it's quite hard for both sides if I encounter this position because it's quite close, and I mean, definitely white wants to win, but if white is not careful enough, maybe the king side will be in trouble.
Yeah. Well, he's gone rook c6, so he's happy for the queens to exchange. I guess the point is that black's rooks can just occupy the a file or occupy the c file, and keep white tied down to defending the weakness on a2 or c5. Feels like one of those is it the Vienna positions where actually black just gives up a pawn but has, or even the Catalan positions where white gives up a pawn but has lots of pressure against all of the weaknesses for your opponents. So quite an interesting one. But let's just flick back to the game with Paul Littlewood, because this game developed a couple of moves here. We were expecting queen d3 here, weren't we? Is there a problem with queen d3 that we've missed? I don't think so. Queen f5 happens. Which, I mean, it's in the right direction, but I thought queen d3 was more to the point of just taking the pawn. Then knight g5. Now he's put the queen on g4. And now black's gone for b5. This is... not looking as clear-cut as what it was a few moves ago.
Yeah. Now black seems to have some kind of counterattack.
I still don't like the knight on b7.
Yeah, probably also don't like it. So what if knight f5 and white just try to go for h4? Is that the idea?
Or can he maybe play h4 first?
Yeah, and knight e6, I think, or black has to go for knight e6, right? So no chance for knight e4, I guess.
Because knight f5 threatens g7 mate and taking the knight. Yeah, so h4, knight e6, knight f5 anyway.
Yeah, knight f5, and probably black can go for king h7 and try to go for d6 in the next move.
Yeah.
So it's not that clear, I think.
Yeah, I'm just h4 has been played, so I expect knight e6 looks like an only move. But I thought he was going to wrap up that d5 pawn pretty quickly, and it's not happened. And with black playing b5, I'm assuming b4 is going to come at some point, and the bishop on c3 is not going to find a nice home on d4 because this knight will be on e6 ready to take it off. Of course, if g7 is not going to be checkmate, of course.
So is it possible after knight e6 and knight 5 king 7, white is thinking about playing something like bishop d2 and use this bishop on the other side and let's try to sacrifice on h6, something like that?
Yeah, I'm scared of rook c2.
Rook c2?
Yeah, rook c2, and then we'll bring the other knight into c5.
How about if queen h5?
Is your sacrifice checkmating me? It is, isn't it?
I have no idea. I just try.
So even if you had the move after queen h5, bishop takes h6. Okay, the f7 pawn needs defending. But even bishop takes h6, I just take it, and you take back with the queen, and I go king g8. You haven't actually got... So after queen h5, maybe just king g8. Oh, maybe you can take on h6 with a knight then, though, can't you?
Yeah.
So maybe I just defend f7 then? So, okay, so this is what we're looking at. Knight f5, king h7, bishop d2, rook c2, and then queen h5 here. That's right?
Yeah.
So if I go queen d7, I assume you're not going to snaffle the pawn on it. Oh no, you can't even take on a5. The knight on b7 is doing a great job of holding it together.
Yes, what if bishop h6? I'm thinking about an idea, some kind of idea, and queen h6, yeah. And what if knight to e3?
Knight to e3 and then g4, f6. Oh, very nice. But that's only if it works. Try and refute this. I've got rook c6.
So can I go for knight g4 now? Or...
Oh, I haven't got knight f4, have I? Queen takes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to set my rook for the knight on f6, aren't I? So, I mean, knight d5 is also possible.
Oh, yeah.
That might be even better. Yeah, okay. That's not looking good. I give in. So is this that strong, this move, knight e3? So I guess I have to give up the exchange here.
Actually, wait, instead of knight e3, I have to think another thing. Like, can I go for rook d4?
Rook d4, of course. You've got your rook lifting because I can't take it.
Yeah.
No. Remind me to never let you attack me if we ever play. This is oh, I mean, oh, it's horrible. So rook c2 was definitely a little too aggressive. And there is an attack here that needs to be defended.
Yeah.
So how are we going to defend against this attack? Yeah, this knight on f5 is just such a great piece, isn't it? And controls lots of... I mean, it threatens to win pawns. It threatens to give checkmate. But Ian's getting down to 12 minutes on the clock here if the clock hasn't glitched.
Yeah.
Just
if I were him, I just play immediately.
Yeah, knight f5 does look like quite an easy move to play. This is pretty important. But okay, let's just flick to Chris Baker's game just to see if he's actually won this yet. Yes, he has won it. So we last left it around about here somewhere. So the rooks were still on. So we went rook d8. He just took with the knight and just took an extra pawn. 2 pawns up now. I put the b6 pawn was also falling as well. And yeah, the king got active. And why was that a resignation?
Actually, the king is captured, right? So if c takes b4, then c5, it's checkmated.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
What a nice little tactic just to finish off the game. b4 takes some checkmate. Well played, Chris. So Chris is really paying attention then to this game on board 2, which is, and queen f3's been played. Going back away from this kingside attack.
Oh, why is that? Like, I can't be happy about this move because this is not my style.
No. I mean, you wanted queen d3 originally just to wrap up the d5 pawn. So he's gone about it in a slightly different way.
So what if knight c7? I'm just going to defend against that pawn.
Is the rook on c5 in some way in danger, like bishop d4?
Then rook c6.
Obviously not as in danger as it needs to be.
That's why I can't be really happy about queen f3 because, I mean, the queen goes to the queen side and make me think that why is going to attack, the king side, made me think that why is going to attack on the king side and for all of a sudden, why just
go I mean, Ian used 11 minutes over queen g4 and another 4 minutes over this move as well, and Paul started to play a lot faster now, which you can see the difference in the time. You know, I'm pretty sure it was only a moment ago that Ian had 30 minutes on his clock. Where did that time go? Because his position's easier to play.
Yeah.
And you definitely go for the kingside attack, but so what, we expect knight c7 here? Is there a problem with this move? e6?
E6.
You just do knight takes e6, I assume. Oh, it doesn't even. The queen's not on g4 anymore. It doesn't even frame checkmate.
Yeah.
What am I on about? Talking nonsense. Well, he's not even gone knight c7. He's gone more aggressive, and he's played b4.
Yeah, I ignored that move actually, but this is quite good.
Well, knight takes d5. Is that not possible?
Well, knight takes d5. What if b takes c3 and you go for knight f6? G takes, taking the queen, rook takes. So if white doesn't have a checkmate on the king side, black will be material up, right?
Yes. So
Oh, actually, rook takes queen. Black has to take the queen back with a b7 knight, because otherwise the knight will be taken by the queen.
Yep. Or the e6 knight, perhaps.
Yeah.
So knight d5, bc3, knight f6 check, g takes knight, rook takes queen, a knight takes rook. And then we haven't got anything. He's gone for it, though.
Yeah.
This could be the... Well, I mean, I don't think that this is necessarily losing, but black's going to get a lot of material here.
Yeah, that's true.
He's obviously analysed it and thought, do you know what, this is probably my best shot here, because I guess what other choice did he have? Is he going to retreat the bishop or put the bishop on d4?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe bishop d4 here was okay.
Yeah,
it just loses the e5 pawn though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no, so just at this point when he went queen g4, we were thinking knight f5, bishop d2, let's go for a hack. And he plays queen f3 and then he's hit with this, and now he's forced into this variation.
Mm-hmm.
This could be Paul Littlewoods, who I think has got better tie breaks than Chris Baker, but we're not completely sure on that. Not completely sure at all. Give himself a chance here from a position that looked thoroughly miserable not so long ago.
Mm-hmm.
We're about to see a crazy variation unfold before our eyes. I'm just wondering, is there any kind of like taking on an f6 and then queen g4 checks? But the problem is the knight on e6 is going to... What? b8? What did we miss? So bc3.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f6 check is forced, we agree?
Yes.
Otherwise you just a piece down. So we're going to take it, and then we're going to take the queen.
Mm-hmm.
And we take back with the... Let's take back with the b7 knight.
Yeah.
And what happens here?
Yeah, another thing is that I think the e takes f6 is a bit risky, right? Because black can just take on b2 pawn, and white doesn't have a checkmate, so...
And there's not even a chance of a checkmate there. So b takes c3 looks like the only move.
Yeah, but then black will be completely safe after f takes e5. It's so safe. I mean, the king side.
Yeah. The knight on e6 is a little bit of unraveling to do, but yeah, black would be fine there by the looks of things. But maybe he assessed it that, you know, after this is, can black actually win this position, rook and two knights against the queen? I guess he could. But maybe he thinks what he played is better. Yeah. Queen b8 happened and then bishop d2. How is that better?
I don't know, but is this just the pawn? The free pawn's gone.
Knight d4? Anything in that?
Really? Queen e4?
Knight c2?
Oh.
Just rook e2 though, I think.
Yeah.
Have we missed something then in this variation after bc3? Knight f6 check is definitely the move.
Yeah.
G takes knight, and then you've got to take the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Got to take with a knight. And white here is struggling, but after this and this...
Yeah, the thing is that here I'm not sure whether white can play something like queen f6 and then rook e4, rook g4.
So here we'd be forced to play something like rook c4 maybe, or
And then taking the e5 pawn, right, with a rook.
yeah.
So it can be a bit dangerous.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like it'll be really hard for black to win this position, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but how about what if I don't take with the f pawn, but instead I take with a rook e5? It'll be safer. Just trade the rook and.
I think trading the rooks is a lot more safer, isn't it? But I thought maybe the plan was for the rook to come somewhere else.
Yeah, for rook d1 and.
This is
f5.
or king g7 maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, f5 also makes some sense. Yeah, I love giving away free pieces for a queen. I always have a lot of fun trying to beat the queen with a few pieces. But I can see why maybe Paul didn't want to go into this, because it looks uncomfortable initially. But if he just has a few moves to organize his pieces, then his pieces are all getting out. Like, I mean, for example, this knight will come to c5. The other knight will replace it on e6. Everything's pretty solid. This pawn will come to a4 where the knight defends it. Maybe not even that. Maybe we'll just leave his rooks connected on the e file. This looked like a game that black could not lose, but definitely a game that black could win. But okay, he's not gone for that at all. Went for queen b8, and then after bishop d2, is he just a pawn down, or has he got a way of claiming this pawn back? Briefly looked at knight d4, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't know, but black is still thinking, and black didn't play immediately.
Yeah, he only took a minute and 20 over queen b8. I thought maybe he'd consider giving away the queen a bit longer, but that b7 knight is still looking pretty poor, isn't it? Remember, Paul has to win this game to be possibly champion over Chris Baker, so a draw is no good for him.
But if he lost, is that he will be not.
Well, yeah, a loss is just like a draw, I think.
Really?
It's
okay.
not really, he's not allowed to. He's got to win at all costs, because Chris has won, hasn't he? That game's over. Yeah, quite a few. So there's still quite a few games going. Let's have a look around. We'll come back to this in a second, see what Paul's got up his locker, but we'll definitely stay with that game for most of the time. This is that game that we were looking at before.
Yeah.
That's Sicilian. So what happens? So where do we meet it up to? Queen takes f4 happens. We saw knight e5, and then he took the pawn on b4.
Yeah.
Okay, so castles, and so we're equal material somehow. And then allowed d5 to be played, and then some more stuff got traded, and the knight went back to g6. I assume we prefer the bishop over the knight in this position. So he offered the exchange, put his rook in, threatened a check, got defended. And I guess this is typical kind of play that black gets.
Yeah.
And then queen takes h2. Was that a deliberate sack?
Yeah, because I can't prevent that. Yeah.
Queen d7. And Kevin and Mark are playing a very open game all the way through. Lots of excitement, but.
Wait, so the rook almost have nowhere to go?
Yeah, I mean, rook f8, bishop c5. Is that the.
Yeah.
Points? So rook b8 is safe.
Bishop a7, is that possible?
Oh, wow. So rook a8 then?
Queen c6.
Can we play Queen c7 here, though?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that, but I don't like the position of Queen c7. I mean, after Queen c7, white can just take, and Rook d8, knight f8, bishop f4, and then bishop d6.
And bishop d6 comes in too quick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For us to do anything. Tempo on the rook on c7. Yeah, Queen d7 is a nice move, isn't it? He was probably planning something like Queen c7, but then maybe bishop f4, bishop d6, a nice one. So rook a8, Queen c6, Queen b8.
Queen b8 now?
Well, maybe now.
It's really passive, I would say. And I would say that in this kind of position with equal pawns on both sides, it's always much easier to play with the bishop. And I really hate the knight like this.
Yeah, this is a difficult time for Mark, especially just going under 10 minutes on the clock. An exciting game. So we'll see what he does. Who else is playing as well? Still got quite a few other games going on. We'll just have a quick flick through because we do want to stick probably with the Paul Little game that it comes on. Looks like Ivan's got a little bit of an attack going on here. I'm pretty sure you'd approve of Rook H4.
Yeah.
Lots of checkmate ideas.
Oh, that looks better for white now, I would say. The bishop is freed.
The bishop's kind of dominating the knight on D. These knights were looking so good before, weren't they? This knight on D5.
Yeah.
But actually, it's not doing anything now. The action's here on the H file. The knight can't reach the H file. So this is looking pretty good for white. And we've got, Bob Clark did take back with the E pawn. Then he played knight f6, which maybe should have exchanged dark squared bishops. Queen f7. And he defended d5 with d4.
Yeah.
Okay. And we get to a position that looks like this, which is completely equal material. And probably black is a lot happier about this position than white. Control over the E file. Pawn on b3 is under attack.
What if Queen f6? Because this is a threat for white and c.
Yeah, it's the only move that he's got, isn't it? Because otherwise, I guess you take on b3. You take on d6. And then the knight's not really secure anywhere, is it?
Yeah, I don't like knight is b3. So probably Queen f6. Black can go for Queen d7.
Yeah.
And then the queen has to go back to b2 to defend the f3 pawn, and then the queen can go to e7, occupying.
No, I think you've got bishop f1.
Really? Can that work? I mean, that's interesting.
Because we're going to go bishop b5.
How about knight e4? Oh, can't go for knight e4 after knight b3. Also, yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, so maybe after queen d7, bishop f1, if knight e4, queen can just come back. But if knight takes b3, bishop b5, queen c7, I've got bishop e8. So yeah, maybe not quite as. I think Bob's just about got enough counterplay here to cause some problems. Let's see. Okay, queen d7 played immediately. Bishop f1 here, though, is not the easiest move to find, but I think necessary. Let's see if he finds it in a second. Let's see who else. So this is David Bray against Jeffrey Moore. That bishop is still on h2, but the king has moved.
Yeah.
I don't think black has acted fast enough here because f3 is going to be played very soon, and that bishop will get out via g1.
Yes.
And,
so black shouldn't trade the queen, right? So the queen was
on,
and
yeah, I don't know how this happened. Where were we? So it happened quite a while ago, actually, by the looks of things.
Well, wait, the queen's traded. I mean,
queen d3 happened.
I'm not sure about this move.
No.
Not just the b6, bishop f7.
Yeah, why not b6? And then, okay, he allowed the exchange of queens, and that was it. Actually, he went for the exchange of queens.
Well, I don't like this idea for black, I think.
No, not when your opponent's got a bishop on h2, which doesn't do anything. You want to open up the position, don't you, for your opponent, for your pieces. And you'll win because you'll have more. But okay, this is looking to head towards a draw. We've seen this game. Norman was ahead here, wasn't he? With his king invading on David's.
So yeah, Why already resigned that game?
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, not resigned here. Not far off. We've got Michael Stokes against John Bagley. Oh, this was this interesting one back here where they just swapped queens. So he allowed the exchange of queens, and looks like he got his knight to d6 and was able to take on b7, and now has a good chance because that c-pawn's looking mighty fast. I'm guessing what's going to happen here is he's just going to take on e5, and after c7 he's going to go knight takes c7.
Really? How about knight c7 now?
Knight c7, rook d4.
Then
take e5.
Yeah.
Okay, right, yeah, so maybe he's got... You're right, that does look like a much better plan of delaying when you sack the knight.
But still, I think why is it gonna win? I mean, the knight.
Yeah, rook d7, the knight moves, and then c7. And if you take on e5, you haven't got rook c5. So you have to sack then. So you're going to come to the same thing, isn't it?
How about knight c7, rook d4, then rook c1?
Yeah, that might be better.
Oh, but still, it's not that useful because white has
knight d8.
f4 is played. Yeah, I was thinking about knight d8.
Yeah, I like knight d8 and rook d7, attacking f7, e6.
But knight d8 is that black can play knight d5 again. I mean,
okay.
Interesting. But f4 is played now.
Yeah, very quickly to play f4 as well. 7 minutes left on the clock. That's looking like a great conclusion to this game. Who else is playing? These two have drawn, Chris and Philip. Let's flick over back to the 50s, and then we'll go back to Paul Littlewood's game. So this is Peter Wells against Nigel Aldrich. I think Peter looks to be taking the game here to Nigel. Pawns in the center. It's quite unbalanced, actually, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's the critical moments now. And to be fair to Nigel, he's playing against the Grandmaster, and okay, he played quite an interesting opening, didn't he, if I remember? Seems to have got quite a lot of play for his pieces, and this queen's a little bit stuck here, isn't it? Blocking this e4 pawn.
Yeah.
So maybe there's some sort of d5 ideas that are coming up. In fact, just d5.
Now d5?
Yeah.
What if knight takes e5?
Oh. I'm just not thinking straight, that's what. So what does white do here then? King g1?
Yeah, possible.
f4?
Mm-hmm.
This isn't as easy as I thought it was.
Actually, is rook f1 a possibility?
That looks like it. Oh, you just picked up on the weakness of the f5 pawn.
Yeah.
And I guess the only way to defend it is either knight e7 or bishop c8.
Yeah, but this will keep your pieces in the worst place, and
Yeah.
how about bishop e6 at this moment?
So you're preventing bishop c8.
Yeah, and if knight e7 and rook c7, then it looks winning for white.
Yeah, bishop e6 is the move, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure Peter will find that.
Anything.
Yeah, it's still a bit open for his king, but he should be able, because as soon as the f5 pawn drops, he'll be threatening to take on e4 then as well, won't he? So
yeah,
that should be it. So we'll see if he finds that one. We'll come back to this in a second, actually, just to see if he finds bishop e6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the one that we really want to look at is in the over 65s. Oh, this one with Bob and Bob versus Chris. He did play knight takes b3 and bishop b5's happened.
Yeah.
So queen c7 next, perhaps bishop e8.
Mm-hmm.
G7 maybe, and then queen takes d6, and there'll be some sort of perpetual check somewhere
Yeah.
going on. So that looks like it's heading that way. He went queen b8 and queen b7. Okay. Oh, h6 also has been played, so there's no background mating anymore.
Yeah.
It looks like an exchange of queens is what white wants.
Yeah. For sure.
But whoa, okay, we need to look at this. So bishop d2.
What happened?
d8.
Bishop h6.
Rook
Yeah,
c2.
bishop
Then he
d3.
took. What is going on?
I have no idea. It's so confusing.
I mean, why go for the attack now when you had the attack on a few?
Yeah.
He could have played knight f5 before, couldn't he, and gone for it.
Yeah, for sure.
But instead, he kind of got caught between two plans of winning d5 and then going for the sack. Did he even need to go for this sack? So bishop e3, rook c2. Does he have to take on h6 here?
Probably not. What if queen g4 first or something like that?
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing. Maybe king h8.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously not going to h7 because of queen e4 or f5 check and then the rook on c2.
Yeah.
And there might even be some lines there where black can do queen takes e5 and allow the discovery with the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I mean, he went for it anyway, and I don't know why now. What was the difference? Why take this pawn now? After knight f6 check, we must think that this is winning. Is this winning? Queen c8 was played pretty quickly. I think he thought that he's got this double attack with queen h7 and queen takes c2.
Uh-huh.
The rook get defended, so check king here. But what's his follow-up? Because the king's hiding on e7, isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose he got knight e5 check now. But no, rook takes...
Yeah, rook
takes knight?
rook takes knight, then queen f6, king e8, then rook takes rook. Positionally better, probably.
So yeah, he's playing it. This is the critical moment. He's got to take it, hasn't he? He can't go king d7, knight b6. So, mind you, he's taking it. Oh, he's taking the queen?
Wow.
Why not queen f6? Because now the two knights will just beat the rook.
Yeah, I know. He said he missed a... What? I know. He said he missed a queen on c8. He missed a rook is protecting the queen on c8.
Maybe.
Why not queen f6 at least?
I mean, he's got two pawns for it, though. But not for long.
It still looks very bad for white. I mean, previous position was so good for white, but now all of a sudden...
Oh, no. I mean, the 2 pawns that he's got, obviously, he can't really create a pass pawn very easy on the king side, can he?
Yeah.
Rook b5, he's probably going to get met by knight c5, so he's threatening rook d7. They're playing very quickly here as well, and they've still actually got quite a bit of time on the clock. So knight ec5 here, and that's covering d7.
Yeah.
d6 and d8 are covered as well. What does white do? He's going to play rook d2 and just try and draw the endgame.
Really?
I think you'd take your chances with queen f6 here, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I'm guessing king e8. You could even go queen h. Could you go queen h8 check here?
Probably. A knight f8.
Knight f8 keeps the game going, doesn't it? But Oh, maybe this is the problem. Rook takes rook. Have you got queen c6?
Yeah, I was thinking about this, but I can go for rook e d1. Is it possible? And knight c7 can't be played because
you take the queen off.
yes. Oh wait, but you can checkmate like queen. Oh, you can't check. Queen d8 is not possible. Yeah, but
Move the king next go if knight c7. But knight c7 here, this is
confusing.
Yeah.
Not that clear. Yeah.
Yeah, not that clear. It may be a better version of the same thing if you're still swapping queens, but yeah, queen f6 did seem like a better idea, but he swapped off and threatened the knight and then played rook d2, and Paul Littlewood has a chance here. It's going to take a lot of technique though. Still, I think White's still got some good drawing opportunities, but 2 knights against a rook and 2 pawns, but the 2 pawns are not promoted.
Actually, I'm not sure because, in my opinion, if it's 2 bishops against a rook, that's definitely very good and that's definitely winning. And the second best is knight bishop against a rook, and 2 knights against a rook. Actually, sometimes it's not that clear.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you can maybe start trying to create some sort of pass pawns. I mean, g4, g5, and then playing h5 after they take on g5 is going to be a dangerous passer. So that's probably why Paul has kept the rook on the board there, he wants to use his extra pieces to create more tactics. But this is where the championship is going to be won or lost. And that transition is going to be so important. Let's just step through. Okay, this exciting game that we had, by the way, has ended in a draw.
Oh, why they agree? Because I think White has more chances, right? So I prefer the bishop.
Yeah.
I'll repeat like this. That's why.
Yeah, this is how they repeated. So I'm guessing here maybe how does White progress the position?
Is bishop d4 possible?
Yeah, you want to play bishop d4 and rook f2?
Yeah, because now rook f2, you can have knight e5 and that is probably sometimes in the future. So bishop d4 first, and I'm thinking if rook d8, I can play bishop a7, and then I can force trading the rook and the queen and the rook.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's a nice little tactic there, isn't it? So bishop d4, if rook d8, bishop here.
Yeah.
Forces the exchange of the queens, and then you also want the rooks off as well.
You're
basically going to say that your queenside pawns are going to beat the kingside pawns because the bishop can do 2 jobs.
So winning, yeah. And the king is also more active.
So we'd have to not fall into that. And then see knight e5 is now going to get, I mean, maybe this is still playable.
Really? Bishop takes.
Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, that's why you're there. Catch up on all of my bad moves. Yeah, bishop d4 definitely way of playing for a win here. And this queen is also tied down to defending this rook then, which is quite annoying. And if you've not got rook d8, what are you going to play? Rook c7?
Yeah. Queen
d6.
No, queen d6, rook
c8.
Rook c2, is that possible?
Yep. There's another tactic that I've missed. Well, it's been a long few hours.
Yeah, so let's say queen to d5 or... Yeah.
Yes, White's covering everything, but...
Bit better for White. It's my opinion.
You would have played on for sure, I think.
Yeah.
This game here, there's a rook down on the second rank here between Ivan and Paul.
Wow. Wait, I'm seeing a lot of things on g6. I'm not sure.
How did this happen? I mean, there's a
bishop f6. I mean, just an idea, like, and rook takes g6.
Yeah. And he's still threatening rook takes g6.
Similar idea, yeah.
Rook G7 though. Bishop
It's
D8.
so passive. I like bishop D8 because bishop F6 is not that good because knight can take, and
Yeah.
you can't really take G6. But bishop D8 is a safe square. At the same time, you're controlling still the F6 square and can.
This game really is the transformation of this bishop, isn't it? You know, the bishop was blocked in by its own pawns quite a few moves ago, and now it's been released, and now G6 has been played. The knights are having to guard the F6 square. And this knight on D5 is a great piece, but unless that A3 pawn goes or they win F4, then it's not going to do too much. And these rooks looking down at this king. An exciting little finish here going on. Rook B3. Kind of an expected move, I should imagine. Queen takes G6.
Yeah, queen takes G6.
I guess it is only a pawn. You swap queens, and then so what? I guess you've got a mate threat long term, but
yeah, probably not because the rook is also attacking the A3 pawn. So queen C2 probably was going to take the pawn with the rook.
And then black plays rook G7.
Yeah.
So after 7 games, well, this is the 7th game that some of these players will have played. I know that some of them have taken some buys, but they must be tired. There was some double round days, I believe.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe rook G7 here. He doesn't need to do anything immediate, does he? And plays on. How many games are left in this game? So Bob Clark and Chris Shepherd was a draw. Actually, we were looking at that as well. This one did end in some sort of perpetual, as we expected.
Yeah.
This one, the bishop on H2 still has not been liberated, but I'm sure it will be very soon. F3, that's looking to head towards a draw. We've seen that result, saw that result. And this one, this C pawn is trying to win it. Michael Stokes is over John.
Wow.
And rook B7, rook B8. Trying to get his king involved.
Probably it's not so easy because the knight can just stay on C7 and D5 and
yeah. So I was thinking like rook B7, king D8, king F3. Oh, he's gone for knight check. I guess this knight's coming back to D6, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, is there a little checkmating pattern there with if the king's on E7 and knight's on D6, rook B8, rook E8? The knight's not on C7. That could be problematic.
Yeah.
So now if he goes knight D6, if rook takes F4, you've got rook B8 check, king E7, rook C8. Do you win?
Yeah, seems to
No. Rook E4 check and you take the E5 pawn off.
What? I mean, 96? How can
you can't go rook E4 check. Yeah, rook B8 check, rook C8 is powerful here. But I guess it doesn't work with the rook on the C file.
Yeah. Oh, but the knight is also threatening taking the F7 pawn, so
yep.
If the rook goes away, then white will be 2 pawns up and will be a very easy win. Right?
Yeah, because rook takes F4 does not look possible, does it? Takes F4, rook B8, king E7, rook C8.
Yeah.
Hang on, is his rook hanging? Has he just missed his rooks hanging?
Oh, really?
He's moved his king?
Probably he missed it because...
oh, no. I think that's... Resigns. Unlucky John. It was well played, Michael, but yeah, it was looking really difficult for Black though at that point, wasn't it? So that's quite interesting. Let's scale through some of these games. Chris against Philip looks like a draw. Okay. And Goodwin has beaten Nigel Morris. There's a king on E4. Wow. How did that develop? So bishop D4. The king's on G1 here, but 6 moves later it was on E4.
And now it's already a piece of material down, I mean, for white.
Yeah, already material down, so it was just a case of mopping up, was it? Okay, well played, a good win. So the next game, Nigel Collins, Martin Clancy was a draw. Paul Seymour, Alan Barton also a draw. Another draw. Susan did win this one. We did have a look at this one. Knight G5 was played. Susan's the champion in the over 65s. King G8.
So Black didn't play Queen A3. That's the problem. And it's a nice tactic.
Nice tactic. Knight D5 takes, knight back. And even though Black's got this queenside majority, which I would have thought would be... Huh?
Wow.
White won this? Oh, wow. Okay. That's a shame, isn't it? You do all that hard work to win the rook, and then they just take another pawn, and it's knight and 4 against king and 1. This is some technique here. This wasn't resigned here, surely.
What?
Oh, Susan's got 45 minutes on the clock. Stelia's only got... Is that an hour?
Yeah, 1 hour.
That can't be right. I mean, it looks like there was a lot of play left here. Maybe the transmission just ended. I'm assuming E4 got played and game went on. But good win for Susan if that's the case.
Yeah.
65 plus women's champion. Well done, Susan. Okay, we haven't seen any games. These are games that we can't see. So let's flick back to Peter Wells. Did he finally... Which move did he play? So we saw it at bishop c8, rook c1, bishop b7. He found bishop e6. Good call. Lan, very good call. And then Black tried this move because it was all falling apart. And knight takes.
Queen takes.
And he just took it back and probably missed that e3 check. Doesn't do anything.
Doesn't really work, yeah. d5.
And that's why he resigned. So yeah, good comeback win for Peter. Probably not the tournament that he wanted, but a couple of draws early on also stumped his progress. Where are we here? So yeah, all of these. So we've just got this one game between Jonathan and Bruce Bear. Where did we see this last game at? Yeah, you got Crate. Did we see this game? Jonathan Hill versus Bruce Bear? Sure we did.
Yeah.
Did we see this? We didn't see this, did we? Oh, this was this one.
Oh, this one. Yeah, it was just in the beginning.
You know, we saw the beginning, so we saw d5. We didn't see d5 being played.
Knight e7. I prefer knight b4.
Yeah, so listen to Lan Yan play knight b4 next time, Bruce. Then he came up with a nice tactic. So after a5, he went bang.
Wow.
And then f5. And I guess the point is that he's winning this bishop back. But gain some time. And it gets very crazy. And we get this position here. And they're still going. Swap queens. That's massive black pawns in the center of the board. Is actually anybody winning? Is somebody a pawn up? I can't even count.
It's a pawn up, but I mean, it's a bishop of opposite colors, so I would say it's possible to be a draw. Yeah,
probably going to be a draw for that one. So, okay, so let's go back to the main game then that we really want to look at, which is, oh no, looks like this one's finished.
A draw?
It finished here, though. So we left it at knight c5, rook d2, rook c4, but the rook can't escape, can it? So after f4, knight g7, king f3, h5, you then went rook here. And after rook back, you went rook here, rook here, rook here. You can't avoid the exchange of the rooks.
Yeah, like a repetition. I think white just got so many chances before.
Yeah, white. I think maybe Paul would be thanking that he didn't lose the game.
Yeah.
But even I think with the championship on the line now, hasn't he got to take the rook and try and play for the win?
That means quite hard for black because 2 knights are really bad. I prefer 2 bishops or bishop and knight, but 2 knights are just not that useful.
Yeah, I guess they trip over one another, don't they, sometimes? And it's easy for white to create a passed pawn now by playing g4 as well. So that knight's going to be really difficult to stop that h pawn coming forward. You can imagine something like g4 and then, I don't know, even if you don't take it, then f5 comes, and then you have to take something and you have to move away. So I guess you'd have to take, maybe you'd have to take like this. You go like knight f5, but then rook d5 just wins a pawn. So you can't even do that.
Probably.
So therefore the knight has to stay in touch with knight e6. But I guess rook somewhere and then just g4.
Just f5, I think.
f5 as well.
Lose your knight.
Oh no, it's all going wrong. Yeah, so I can understand why he's taking the draw, but that does mean that with his win today, that Chris Baker is now the over 65 champion on 6 out of 7 points. So congratulations to Chris. He started with 2 draws in the first 4 games. One of them was against Paul, but then won the rest of his games and won this really nice game here, nicking the pawn, just coming out the opening, and beating Roger. So well done to Chris Baker. Congratulations. That's that one tied up. So we're just waiting to hear really what's happening in the over 50s then in the tiebreak situation. I wonder if anybody knows what's going on in the tiebreaker. So that's nothing doing there. Any more games? We just got this game here from Bruce. So this is this the only game that's left on this one? So Peter Wells won. And we should mention as well that Natasha Regan is the champion, the female champion for the over 50s. How did she win this game in the end? Looked like it was going pretty well for a while back. Where did we last see this game?
No.
Oh, the bishop was on h2 again. This common theme, wasn't it? We saw somewhere around here with b5 and a5 being played. Knight g4 is what she went for. Okay. She moved. And then bishop f6. Now, I guess I can see why she'd want to do that. Oh, and then the knight repurposes itself on f5. But knight e3 is the move that you wanted to play.
Yeah.
For white. And so knight f5 doesn't work anymore. Then she controlled c4. Put her pawns on light squares. And b5. And this c4 move's not possible now, is it? It's well done, actually. Rook h1. That's a move you don't want to play, isn't it?
Yeah. You're seeing nothing here.
You can see how she's breaking through. She's sacking on c2. Not quite worked just yet. d4 gets hit. Knight gets attacked. Oh, the knight finally comes to f5. A really nice positional game, actually, to be fair.
Yeah.
And finally, she's able to win material and it's game over. Really nice positional game, actually, that one. Really liked that game. Well played, Natasha, championess. So the only game going on at the moment then is, okay, so we got wins for a few other people. Brett beat Dominic Gibbs as well. Actually, why is that one?
Queen's captured? Yeah, Queen's captured.
How did that happen? D takes e5, queen takes, knight g2, takes, knight takes, queen e7. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, hang on. Queen b5.
And queen take bishop b7. Wait, what? No, bishop b7 doesn't work because taking a knight and then I'm going to take another knight. So so queen b5 actually queen takes, pawn takes, knight to d6, and white is going to win another pawn, so white will be 2 pawns up. And then black just resign. So this is
because knight c6, knight takes b5. Okay, yeah, that makes some sense.
yeah.
Okay. So in this section then, so the only game still going is Jonathan Hill against Bruce Bear in the over 50s and the over 65s. The games still going are this crazy. They've got 2 games actually. By the looks of things, got Ivan Mile and Paul Rains. And it looks like that dark square bishop's gone.
Yeah, finally. Well, now black has better chance, right?
Yeah, is that rook on g2 is pinned, isn't it? If the queen just retreats back to b7, or maybe it comes into f3.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, this game's been such a topsy-turvy game, hasn't it? This one, it's been all over the show.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting opening by Paul, and now if he retreats his queen back to b7, is he not just winning that rook on g2, and then
Probably, yeah.
maybe you can play something like king g8 and then take on f6, and then his central pawn should win the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's looking. Well, I mean, I say they're both down to 2 and 4 minutes, so we're nearly finished. And we've also got this game with Jeffrey still with lots of time on the clock. But David has finally activated his bishop from h2. Seems to be.
Black gets 1 more pawn. So
I know. How has he managed this?
but the thing is that the white didn't think about activating his bishop, so white just played with the rest of pieces and pawn was taken somewhere.
And that's going to be over, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, bishop takes bishop here, and then knight d4 check is fixing the knight on g1.
Actually, how about... Wait, I was thinking about knight d4 directly, but I was the bishop takes bishop's better, and then knight d4.
Okay.
Because now
Yes.
knight can move, yeah.
If the pawn ending's winning, then that's all right, but, I mean, the knight can't even move.
Yeah.
For 2 reasons. When it gets taken 2, the f3 pawn's gone. So I guess here you just do a king and pawn all the way forward until you force either f4 to stalemate. So that should be 1 for Jeffrey. But okay, so this game here, he's played queen f3. I was a bit surprised at that. I thought queen f2 here might be possible.
Oh, but then knight can take the rook and...
Knight c3 is gone, isn't it?
Yeah, also knight c3. I was thinking about queen e2, and then I see that the rook can be taken by knight, and also c3 knight.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So that's looking like it's going to be a win for black. And here we have Jonathan Hill against Bruce Bear still going on. Jonathan with lots of time left compared to everybody else. They played a lot of moves, 51 moves. How's your endgames?
I don't like playing this position because I think black can just play for Wei and white will struggle.
Yeah.
Black has a great chance. Because when you have passed pawns like this, it is not so easy, even if you have a bishops of opposite colors. And this rook d2 is a threat.
Is rook d2 a threat? So you go... Oh, yeah, I guess with the a pawn there, though, as well, it definitely is a threat, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So now maybe rook b4.
Yeah, rook b4.
Oh, no, rook takes a3?
Oh.
Oh, and then rook b7.
Yeah, I was
No,
saying...
bishop d5. Loses to bishop takes rook c2.
Yeah. I just saw that variation. Really interesting.
It's rook b4, rook takes a3, rook b7 loses?
Mm-hmm.
We'll say it loses. So rook b4, where does the bishop go? d5, and then rook b2 next. You can stop a2, but you can't stop c2.
Yeah.
And if you try and stop c2, then a2 comes. So I think Bruce might... he's just probably calculating rook b4, isn't he? Probably calculating that. I'm just going to refresh chess results on my other screen just to see if some points are in. They'll have a little bit of a. They'll have to do the tiebreaker for the over 50s. But I don't think. So Mark Hebden, did he play Bruce Bear or Jonathan Hill? No, he did not.
None of them.
Keith Arkle did play against Jonathan Hill though.
Okay.
And he played Jonathan Hill and Bruce Bear though.
So it doesn't really matter, right?
No, so he's going to get the same. He beat them both, so it shouldn't make a difference. So they should be able to work out who's actually the champion beforehand. But it's we definitely know it's one of them. And the other one. So who's going to be in third place then? So Andrew Lewis is on 5 points with Nigel Davies. They'll probably share third. And so if Bruce wins this, he will join Andrew Lewis and Nigel Davies on third place. He's gone for King F6.
Yeah, so didn't go for Rook B4.
Yeah, which is a bit surprising.
Probably didn't see Rook A3 and the Rook B7 thing.
Yeah, I'm a bit skeptical now. If you have to play Bishop B4, it's just a bit awkward for your bishop to be there.
Yeah.
So we might not win this. But yeah, this shouldn't change the tiebreaker, should it? So maybe they already know. Just watch this time. Well, let's flip back to just the other two games just for a couple of minutes. So this is looking like it's
winning.
Well, there's still chances, but
Ooh, absolutely winning for black because it's so bad for white.
Yeah, the checks on the black king don't exist, but the checks on the white king do exist. If you swap off that rook on g2, the white king is going to be completely open. So as long as there's no mistakes in time trouble, that should be that. And we've also got David Bray against Gerald Moore, which did not follow my idea. It followed your idea of knight d4 check. Knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes.
What bishop take? Like, how can there be any hope after this? It's just that.
Why not b4 here? King c4.
Yeah. Well, this is losing. Just b4.
Let's say even just b4.
Yeah.
Game over. So Jeffrey's going to win that one. So just this one left, which is, I mean, b5. You start scaring your opponent. You've got to try all the tricks in the book.
Oh, how can it be used? I mean, Queen d4 and Rook f1 is easy win, right?
Yeah, it should be. But it's if you see it with 3 minutes 40 on your clock. That's the difference. And then, okay, this one is looking like it's now heading towards a draw. It should be it. We'll just give this another couple of minutes and then I think we'll wrap up our commentary. It might be a little bit early. But I don't see... I mean, Rook d2, if you ever play a2, then Rook a8. Or c2 then. So hang on, Rook d2 here. Rook c4 is the problem. This is the problem for Bruce, isn't that the bishop can't stay?
This looks drawish, right?
Yeah, the bishop can't stay in contact with both pawns, can it?
As long as the king goes to c2 and everything will be defended.
Yeah, so Rook b6, but Rook b6 means that you're just basically accepting that the bishop's never going to move. So I don't really see how that's going to change anything. Bishop a5, is Rook a4 just going to be good there?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to win. He wants a share of that third place. I guess just to have a look at some of the prizes. What are the prizes here? Have a look. So yeah, first is £500. Second is 200. Third is 100. There's an under 2,000 prize of £50 and under 1,800 grading prize of £50 as well, as well as the Women's Championship trophy, which we know is going to Susan Selly in the over 65s and Natasha Regan in the over 50s.
Yeah,
it's the same prize money for both sections. And we're just waiting for these games to finish. We'd like to know who was the champion on tiebreak between Keith and Mark going into the final rounds. Keith had a half-point advantage in the tiebreak 2, but they have finished on equal points. And there's just this one game left in this section, which is still going on. Thank you all for all the followers. See, we've got a few more people following, which is great to see. But it looks like this is being wrapped up. I think Bruce has maybe missed an opportunity here and should be a draw at this point. Let's just double check on the other sections. So this game was the only one here. We have, there's a Queen D4 check happened.
Well, what happened? Like, why Black didn't play Queen D4?
Because Queen F3 was... He wants to do Rook takes Knight and then King takes and then Queen F1 mate. Told you, time ticks down. You push your pawns, you start to scare your opponents. This is what happens. And now the Queen on F3 is just a little bit... I mean, something like Queen D1 here, maybe.
Yeah.
Might be a good idea. Gone 3-5. He really wants to
take on G1 knight.
Yeah, he wants that tactic. Queen takes E5, Rook takes G1, King takes Queen F1 mate. Kind of some of the position like this where you can make a mistake and you go something like the Queen moves to C5 and you go Rook B2 because the Rook on G2 is going to just lose your Queen. You know, so easily done. As well, and there's another game here as well, wasn't there? There was this endgame, which is for some reason still going on.
I had no idea because basically the simplest way is to trade the queen with the pawn and then
the
queen.
Then king takes pawn, king across, and it's game over. So
also, it's not the right pawn.
He's just resigned, I think, actually.
Resigned.
Okay, right, okay, good. So there's just these two games left. G4 has happened here. This is looking like a draw, but I don't think Bruce is going to be able to try too much here. So what can he play? So that's looking drawn. So just this game, Ivan against Paul. Ivan's down to his last minute. Pretty nervy. T6. Keep going. Why not? I guess just Queen B6 here.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to just go for Queen E4 and the other Rook to F1. So I really like the F7 Rook to be more useful.
Yeah. There's not really that many checks on that Black King in this position either, is there? So the King can go to G7 and then H6, can't it? So it's pretty safe. Just retreat the Queen and shut the Rook down. But it's always so easy when you're looking from afar, and after 7 rounds of playing or however many rounds they played. He's played quite a few games. It's so easy to make a mistake, but Ivan's the one who's in a bit of a pickle. I don't know why he's not playing Queen B6 quite quickly, though. I don't know what he's thinking about.
Queen C8.
You know you lost. Well, yeah, but Queen C8 and King G7, what's the...
Yeah, nothing.
So what is he actually thinking about? You know, Paul's the one who's should be trying to win this, I should imagine.
Yeah.
So the pressure should be on him.
Mm-hmm.
I refuse to believe he's going to lose on time. Why do they get that close? No alternative.
Actually, how about this H5, H4, H3 idea?
You're just having fun now, aren't you?
Yeah, kind of.
And your queen retreat on the same diagonal, though. Maybe Queen D5 is maybe a little bit more precise, keeping hold of D6.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other Rook F7 to F1. I think I prefer that one. It's a bit cleaner. It doesn't expose your king as much. I do like H5, H4 though. H4.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone for E4. He's going to go for E3 and then Rook takes G1. This tactic will win him the game.
That's funny, yeah.
He's got this one tactic in mind and it's definitely going to work.
Mm-hmm.
So E3. Let's just see Rook takes G1 happen, and then I think we'll call it a day.
Yeah.
Let's play H3.
What a...
Queen takes H3 check.
Yeah.
And then Rook H2, Rook takes G1, and then anything to F1 mate.
Yeah.
So we're expecting this to finish. So yeah, thank you very much for joining me on the commentary today, Lan. It's it's been some exciting games. I think really exciting in the over 65s. Actually, there was with Paul Littlewood and Chris Baker both on the same amount of points going into the final round. Congratulations to Chris Baker on becoming the champion. We're still a bit unsure on the tie breaks between Keith Arkle and Mark Hebden, who's won it. So we'll have to look at the update after all of the games are finished. But thanks very much for watching, everybody. And looks like we're just about to have checkmate here, and Paul has just finished the game. Well done for finding this checkmate, and a good game actually between these two. But yeah, congratulations to the three winners that we know: Natasha Egan, Susan Shelley, and Chris Baker, and either Mark Hebden or Keith Arkle, depending on tie breaks. One of those is the over 50 champion. But yeah, apart from that, thanks very much for watching, everybody, and hopefully this channel will be a bit more active. We've got the online Blitz 24-hour tournament on May the 20th. It starts at 5 o'clock, so make sure you get involved in that. But yeah, thanks for watching. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everyone.